Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are here playing as France, unless an overwhelming majority of you guys would rather swap to Realms of Exeter. Because Realms of Exeter did just a patch. The patch is already live. It patches every 2 weeks. Although we have been playing quite a bit of Realms of Exeter, we are currently on 3 mods. We are on Morgenroete, which adds the Academy of Arts and Sciences. It adds, well, there's the Academy of Science. Here's the Academy of Art. Shout out to us. Ooh, we can appoint a writer at this point now. Sand made a masterpiece. Let's appoint, well, actually, we should probably just appoint whoever's youngest out of these two. Let me check their ages. We're already getting lost in the sauce, my mans. My guys. Hey Gene, how's it going? I added you as moderator. I've been planning on doing this for a while now. Very old. And this guy has middle-aged as... Okay, so we assume this guy is not as old. So let's make him our national writer. And we'll send him on a reading tour. Which means we want to promote a painter, I assume. We're hoping to invite Wagner. But he's not so willing, perhaps. General, thank you for the moderation position. I'm very honored that you feel confident in your ability to help here. Yeah, I definitely do. Are you a Yankees fan? I was planning on promoting both. I forgot to do Yankees fan. But the chats on some of the recent streams have gotten a little bit out of hand. So, decided that maybe we need a little bit more coverage than just me, especially when I fall behind on chat. Like when chat gets way ahead of me, and specifically moderating stuff that like might get my videos pulled off of YouTube if it's showing up on the screen. Is kind of what I had in mind. The second mod we're playing is More Unique Companies. Really big fan of this mod. We are currently hoping to get California incorporated so that we could put in Wells Fargo. This is the bank we've been waiting on. We're on 14 weeks from now. And finally, we're playing with the Better Politics mod, which makes politics better, generally speaking. And adds some new laws and stuff. We're voting for minor concessions right now. So we will continue on our way here. Took a big chunk out of this stuff. Are they still not incorporating? No, they incorporated that. This is unincorporated though, so Bahar is relatively cheap on the infamy front. How far are we from Colonial Offices 3? 3 months. So in theory, we would want to do stuff against recognized countries rather than unrecognized ones. Like make a protectorate out of them would maybe make some sense. And how much money are we making? Looks like we're only losing 45k. I think we want to be losing at a slightly bigger, faster clip. So let's do some of this in the capital. Add a railway. Doing well here. Got off from work, which, considering today is one of the top shopping days of grocery retail before Christmas, is shocking. That is shocking. I'll read the moderation FAQ. There's no moderation FAQ. But I can tell you that, like, I generally don't like to bop people if they're, like, insulting to me or if they're, I like to give them warnings. But if they're, like, doing a bunch of stuff that'll get me banned off of YouTube or get the video pulled down, then that's kind of, like, I guess where the line's at. Maybe they're better to make a protectorate out of. Them we might be able to pull into our block anyways, though, and then subjugate them. I don't think we're close to doing that with Argentina. It would take a lot more resources. Let's just go for this with Arg. Labor movement's a little upset. Looks like people do want to continue as France rather than swapping the realms of X there, so we will. We really not join Mexico? Alright. It's never been so easy. It ain't easy being cheesy. Why do they even support this? So we get plus 50 for mill power. Is this math not mathing? It looks like it has minus 128. This math isn't mathing. Acceptance score should be... What? There's some modifier that's not being shown here. Right, because the 15, the ideological similarities in the genial attitude cancel out the desire to become subject, right? And then we have plus 75 from military power and relations. This is not getting counted. Or... it's not actually not present. Little to lose only applies in some cases. I don't know why. Well, I mean, they have kind of a decent chunk to lose, I think, but like I wasn't necessarily, well, 3 states, how big is the uprising? The uprising's kind of small. Yeah, that's really weird. That's strange. Basilia Romanian has been updated. 93 minus 75 equals 7, or minus 3 minus 125 equals 75. Didn't you know? I didn't know. I was unaware. I mean, maybe we shouldn't do this if it's bugged. But Mexico should be France's subject, so... Oh, did I even do the math wrong? Ugh, the truth hurts. I mean... Yeah. Alright, I guess. We are... I think Main Anjou is kind of the city of ours that has the most iron after these two. We're not green or grassing Rhone currently, though. And we could green or grass Rhone. Let's do that for now. I'm not sure that's where we want to spend our authority, though. It's definitely a little bit weird, though. I mean, I do think we have a defensive pact with Mexico, so that's going to refund some of our influence. Yeah, the metagame has just shifted so much from, like, bending over backwards for bankrolls to, like, kind of not giving a shit. Wait, we could rival Switzerland? Those poor Swiss. I feel bad. I think we kind of have an okay amount of authority anyways. Now, are we rivaling UK and improving relations with them? I think that's what we're doing. Which, that's a real uphill battle. Maybe we quit that. So the idea is I'm thinking of how to get New Granada into the power block. We have positive, we're trending towards positive with Spain here. Because we own portions of their economy. We get minor concessions as well. Which, I think we have to wait a tick for things to apply and clear. So we can take a look at what it does. But it gives, just, tick of loyalists for, like, nothing. Which I think is, like, a sweet law. That, looking at it, I thought it was better than it was, but... Do we now have low enough rigidity? No, we don't have low rigidity yet. We wanted to get off of this onto flexible foreign policy. And now we might need to make some moves. Bureaucratic interest, though, is swayable. We'll negotiate a tax break for them, I think. And now, the legislature does accept. So much for the moves being plural there, eh? Do have Scotland in trouble. Send a small army to deal with that. As the war started, we are lacking fossils to form a larger collection. You have to gather fossils than your rival in 10 years. We have 0, they have 35. Oh no. Send our writer to Belgium. I think that after organized sports, we're going to go into paleontology a little bit. Yeah, we're going to go to modern... Do we have anthropology, paleontology? Are we missing a tech specifically for that? I don't think we are. I mean, multilateral alliances is so good. And then after that, maybe we want to do art stuff. But I think that we probably want to... If we don't have a 50 stack uni, I think we want one now. I think we do have a 50 stack... Oh, we don't have a 50 stack uni? Alright. And let's add one in Rhone and Main Anjou as well. For qualifications reasons. And in California, I think we have one. Yeah, we already have a university in California. It's called Stanford, sweetie. When are we bringing back 3v3v3s? We could bring it back. One of the problems is, like, my viewership was, like... significantly lower under them, except for the first session that I would bring it back. And like whenever I put it to a vote, people like really, really prefer not doing 3v3v3. Which like I kind of don't know. I don't know why it's like. I think it's so interesting. I don't know why it's like not preferred. But like, I don't know. Maybe we will do 3v3v3. Maybe we'll start like once the new year starts. I don't know. No row? Yeah, let's stop the row vote. Maybe modded 3v3v3? I tried to do modded 3v3v3 and I couldn't even get the event to fire, so... people didn't want to join because they didn't know what was going on. So I think the modded 3v3v3 is less likely. I actually think that people don't like the mods as much. We know that Shuzhou actually... I mean, it won't be the best place for that stuff, but Shuzhou is fully incorporated, so... And we're starting to build up there. We have several things auto-expanding, which is going to eventually, like, really bring us down in convoys. We're spending quite a bit on port connections. At this point, we probably do want to get Sinai. So... I read the meeting of literary giants, and then I clicked the get disperse the mob by force. Yeah. Some progress on film. Let's see if our scientists, we have any one of them idling. So this guy's kind of idling. I know he's working on an infrastructure project, fair. We need an anthropologist. So we haven't researched anthropology. Hold up. And someone else has? If they're getting fossils? Yikes. We're maybe not doing so hot in the technology department. Moderators rise up, overthrow journalist gaming, not like this. No. If we Naruto run, he can't get us all. That's true. There were kids who did that back in my high school. I always felt bad, like, that people, like, were so, like, hostile towards them. Or I felt a little bit bad. I also thought it was a little bit weird. I think the 3v3 format is sometimes boring. I think normal multiplayer with teams feels better. Oh no, Armed Forces trying to launch a coup. They do be doing that. The sessions are too short for my liking. It's hard to get 9 people to do 2 weeks in a row, you know? And I think asking someone to sit for, like, a 6-hour session or an 8-hour session is, like, considerably bigger ask of them. Let's do something like that. We're getting flexible foreign policy right now. Been on Paradox Forum since 02. That's quite a while. I have like 4 forum posts in total. A little bit better naturalist. I think we're gonna lose the race to collect more fossils than our rival. I have a sneaking suspicion. We finished the improved forestry. If people feel like I'm clicking through these events too fast, please let me know. That was something I was thinking about. Like, the Morgan Road events, a lot of them were maybe clicking through too fast. We're gonna go on safari. Let's capture a lion. Journalists would definitely be literary in terms of, I have read a lot of books. In terms of character traits. What's the like one that's like tired? Journalist is a little tired. Okay. Exodus, historical merit or intervention. Topic of specific conference quickly developed into question of principle. The first people only want to discuss biblical Exodus and the Egyptian sources, but it's quickly turned into a debate. The value of the Bible in history and archaeology. Alright. Historical value is a secondary source. No historical value at all. We don't really need... I don't think we need academic progress that bad. And I think society research speed is actually maybe better. Some historical value as a secondary source we will choose. We'll send someone on an expedition as well. Not armed forces, but intelligentsia. Reckless bandit erudite. That's the real Chad, like, tagline is like, cocaine addict bandit erudite, Let's send our author to Luxembourg. It's really nice when you get a bunch of people supporting, like, in the right anti and pro, like, societies. Like, we have a lot of anti-American sentiment in our country, as the French. You could do something else with the doctor if you pause research. Talking about our Academy of Sciences. Oh, you're right. We now have so much new options. Alright, let's introduce new medical stuff, if we can. Smithy's been getting like 15 people for multiplayers that go like 7 hours. That's crazy. I mean, I think if... I think that the format probably needs to... If... In order to fire, the format maybe needs to go more casual, too. If that's the goal. The goal isn't necessarily to, like... To some extent, like, fire competitive or not fire at all is maybe more attractive, but, like, definitely gonna add some stuff to the rule set, like the no bricking. There are several things I wanted to change. Let's learn about, wonders of nature. Yeah, we've been slow to expand, like, one thing we failed to do with this mod is we failed to make really, really improve literacy. Do we still have... You know what would probably be a good... Let's add in Shuzhou. Also one of these, and then do that for a second. and promote social mobility there in Suzhou, because Suzhou is actually incorporated and it has several million pops, so that's going to help our overall literacy rate quite a bit. We should approach the animal. The lion won't attack us because he's not a hippopotamus, the most terrifying of all creatures. Black vomit. Yellow fever in Guinea is rising up. Balfe arrives in the French Republic. We will say welcome, Air Musician. Oh, we missed out on maybe interfering in this. That's okay. They want a trade agreement. We have this problem. I think we want to take Sinai, so we're going to need bad relations with them. Well, we actually don't need the Canal company. We just need our trade to go through the canal. So maybe just buying it off of them is fine enough. We can extend them an offer. Our GDP is growing pretty good. We'll send our astronomer there. What's the mod? We're playing with several mods. We're playing with Better Politics Rod, Morgenroete Dawn of Flavor, and more unique companies. Throwback to yesterday's discussion, not like this. With the Exodus, yeah. I don't think we're gonna feel some of that as much today, because we've done it kind of 2 days in a row, even if Mahmoud comes. Lots of anti-American sentiment as France. This game is really historical. Having both an association and an anti-association for one country can kill a game easily. It makes it rough. And it should make it rough. I think we've already done New Zealand. I'm not sure if we've done Oceania. I don't know if it makes a difference. We get money in musical tradition. A row of sold-out performance by great composers sparked public outcry. Oh no. No bricking, but generalist always leaves me bricked up. Yeah, that's true. Maybe we keep bricking. I mean, like, from a spectator's perspective, bricking was entirely unsatisfactory because, like, so what should have happened is actually people should have just bricked wars at the start way more aggressively, and they never did. They would only brick the war once, like, it was obvious they were gonna lose, and so you'd get this, like, big build-up, this big action, and then none of it would matter because everything would get bricked, and it was just like, I think not very satisfactory as a viewing experience. Like, the chat seemed to, just generally speaking, really hate that. When the war goals would get invalidated. And to be fair, like, I kind of hate it too, so... The first, like, several times it's really cute and interesting, but then it's like, well... This means we effectively can't have wars that have any meaningful consequence, so... We're getting close to 100 million GDP. We're starting to actually escape the orbit of, a Carthaginian shipwreck discovered while we're reading this. We're starting to escape the orbit of Morgenroete being generally more expensive, and you have, like, really depressed GDPs in general. Pearl divers in French Algiers discovered an ancient Carthaginian shipwreck. If you're here, creators for, Morgenroete, we do love the Carthaginian stuff. Dr. Botta decided that the ship shall remain in the sea for now, but thanks to the divers, the cargo could be analyzed and recorded, allowing new insights on the Carthaginian routes. The greatest traders of the Mediterranean. Not to be confused with the greatest traitors of the Mediterranean, the Romans. Okay. We solve yellow fever. But what at what cost? The problem with Victoria 3 is sort of that you don't get the Diplo of Vic 2 because of the desyncs and having to restart, and you don't get a lot of free places to eat like you do in EU4. Yeah, EU4 multiplayer, like, there's a lot of build-up, right? It's like a different type of thing. Vicky 3 starts with a super powerful country that only becomes more powerful. Breaking was annoying for players too. Yeah, no, it definitely was. Most of the players. I mean, a lot of the players did not like. A lot of players would play once, had a pretty big objection to some of the spiky rule set, and then just never play again. Was not like an uncommon play pattern, so I get it. We could maybe sway someone to liking our foreign policy. See, this like really scares me because I don't know what keeps giving us rigidity, just like in flat amounts. Yeah. We could sway this guy probably pretty easy. Like, we could do this. We could entrench interest, and that... Is that how we're keeping the rigidity up? We kind of don't want the rigidity this high. This is where we captured Suzhou, and this is all capturing pieces of India. First Weibo of the stream. Shout out. War desyncs increase rigidity. War decks increase rigidity in flat amounts starting war. Oh. That makes sense. That's how we've been acquiring rigidity constantly. We've been decking wars. Okay. That seems fine then. Alright, let's look over where we have incorporated and where we have a malice. Bombay is not very close to being fully incorporated, but Burgundy and Rhone and obviously all these are. So over there in the double digits we'll put 2 down, otherwise we'll put 1. And as long as they're under 10 we'll also put another one. It's gonna take us a while to clear the queue, so... Oh! Alright. I didn't mean to click that option. I meant to tell him to shove it. We're gonna load. We have no saved games. What a world, what a world. I just flubbed a misclick. You know what's interesting is like, when Victoria 3 first came out, there were way more people agitating for Iron Man runs, and I haven't seen someone asking me to play Iron Man in forever. Just kind of thinking of reloading. Just like in the abstract sense, which is kind of interesting. Because Victoria was like the first one where you didn't need the Iron Man to get achievements, right? I think we still got to do the government queue thing again, but I think what we're gonna do is actually put these at the front of the queue. And then a few of these at the back, especially if they aren't over right now. But yeah, did not mean to click that button. Is there a mod list for this playthrough somewhere? No, there's not. But if you ask, which you in effect have, it's Morgenroete Dawn of Flavor. More unique companies, and a better politics mod. Some people have had loading issues though, so maybe, or issues running this. So maybe we take a look at it. Can we look at the launchers right now? No, we can't. I don't know if I imagine it actually matters which order you load them in. I'm not an expert on this, but I assume you would load Morgenroete first? I don't really know though. It's also the stream title, yeah. Iron Man Vic 3 is torture. It's not as torturous as it used to be, so we'll decline here. To reduce their autonomy. We'll add a geological team to them. Let's see what other interactions we can do with most of our guys. Can we send this guy stuff? No. Let's exempt Selangor from service. They'll just like mobilize their army and just get wrecked repeatedly. Venezuela, we like maybe want to have a land ingress into Brazil over the course of time. I think we kind of want to reduce autonomy on Mexico if we can. Are we actually running a positive balance right now? What the hell? Something change? Maybe a bunch of tax relief modifiers went away. Is this rev even scary? No, it's not. Do something like that. Iron Man for Vic 3 seems pretty dead. I know Jimmy J plays Iron Man. He's like the only person I know of who plays like Iron Man and is vocal on things. We're in progress on genetics. I think it was CK3. One problem with Iron Man is you're more likely to just do what you know works instead of trying something new. That is a problem with Iron Man. You have to play super scared, which like for the purposes of like making videos and stuff is like pretty rough, because you have to like it's like playing hardcore on like Path of Exile. You have this character that's like several days old, and if you die once, the character's gone forever. And by several days, I don't mean like you made it on Wednesday and you're playing on a Saturday. I mean you have like over 72 hours of game time. And so you really don't want to do anything even remotely sketchy. Well, looks like we can get Denmark. The Freezies, good dealsies. And they love us for our culture. Maybe this is the Morgenroete special. We got too much freaking culture for these guys. I mean, you may as well just play a self-enforced Iron Man. In Victoria, playing Iron Man is very punishing. In other Paradox games, you can usually recover. Specifically, like, it's become a lot more transparent if GPs will join against you, but when a GP joins against you and you just have to pay war reps out for 5 years, it just feels like you've lost 5% of the run, which, like, kind of is what has happened. We have an ongoing Pacific expedition, so we can't do the Northwest Passage yet. I think we have a lot of stuff in the queue that's like, not these universities or other things. I think we're gonna kick them to the back of the queue and try and get these universities through. And the government admins. We maybe don't need this many government admins. But I think we want the ones at Suzhou to build the EOS, and we'll increase our institutions, so. And then Now we can form the Olympics, which was kind of the thing we wanted to do this episode. So we made the title something very... Found the IOC. The good old corrupt IOC. We will permanently get president of the IOC on our boy. Create one size HQ of the Olympic Committee in Alsace-Lorraine. Immediately we can bribe the IOC. Beauty of flight. Expedition arrives in Oceania, Tahiti. Big nice. Let's see what the HQ of the IOC gives us. If anything. Plus 100 influence. Hey! That's actually not bad. Are we losing a good amount of money? We kind of are. Do they have a bonus to... No, they don't. I don't think. Cotton. I know they have a cotton company. I was just looking to see if they have a bonus to cotton specifically. Being able to do cotton and silk is pretty nice. I'm gonna invest a little bit more in their economy. I kind of just would prefer the capitalists just invest in their economy though, rather than us actively constructing in their economy. We are trying to pull them into our block. Major power's too big though. Oop, we do have colonial offices 3 times. It looks like this might fire. So we're getting events on top of the other thing. Getting that tech from modern archaeology is going to feel good. Specifically, we're actually going to lose the capital, which is... How bad is that for us? They're going to delete all the universities, aren't they? Shoot. Let's stop building these universities. Let's kick them all to the back of the queue. They're gonna delete so many unis. Unless we throw them a bone, but I don't think there's a bone we can really throw them. I mean, maybe the election changes things, but, yeah. Hey, we get the exotic animal. I think Darfur is our current, yeah, current mountaineering guy. So we're just gonna keep using him because he has some experience in that area. We could bribe the IOC. Which just improves relations with members. We want Wagner. We want the Ride of the Valkyries, so we'll say no to someone else. Hippocampus Congress, hell yeah, brother. Let's go. IMO, the problem with Vic 3 Iron Man is your time frame is so small, one mistake is very painful. Yeah, this is another part. Meanwhile, in CK3, a mistake has like 600 years to simmer to be rectified. Yeah. It's very, very, like... Also, like, CK is, like, much more swingy. Like, you can do stuff in CK. Man's place in nature. Unique or just another type of ape? They're more closely related to apes than we previously thought. Oh no. Who would have thought? What's this? Okay. The revival of the Olympics. We can hardly wait. True. True if big. Right, chat? That's how it works? That is how it works. We're gonna make everyone have sports facilities. We're gonna make as many Olympians as we can. What's our naturalist working on? I think he's in the middle of something, so we'll not send him. But yeah, also like, the swingy nature of, like, Crusader Kings is, like, much different than, like, Iron Man EU4. Revolutions shouldn't really be allowed to delete buildings. I wish they could mothball the buildings. It was absolutely backbreaking for our zero construction run when they deleted, like, half a decade's worth of constructed buildings. That felt really terrible. Do you have laissez-faire? No, we don't. Not yet. There are a lot of places where we're getting, like, capitalist investment pool efficiency, though. So it's effectively less valuable than it otherwise would be. We care more about officers. But it looks like we're stuck at 92. Maybe we could start passing something these guys like. If we high roll foreign policy here. So... we didn't want to... he was busy capturing the lions, so we didn't want to send him on the mountaineering expedition. And we could extend the zoo. Hell yeah, brother. It's big enough now. He will head up the mountain. We would rather go under it, though. Let's gain some specimens. Those Vicky 3 achievements are really boring, so I probably wouldn't want to play Iron Man, even if it was an option. Yeah, overall, I think EU4 has a better, like, suite of achievements, but they've also done it over the course of, like, how many years, you know? I think revolutions should be a puppet state with -100 prestige and no payment, no military obligations. It should there have an an anno-demolish modifier? Gain some minerals. Man, we risk our guy, like, all the time. I guess it's risky business, huh? Our rigidity is under 66 now, though, so we should be getting way faster law taking. This also means we could declare war, but we definitely want a flexible foreign policy before we declare war. About the U.S. Civil War and all the damage done to the Sherman did his little stroll through Georgia and South Carolina. But that's like, wouldn't that be captured more in devastation than them just shuttering everything? Like, the devastation of occupation. Devastation of occupation maybe should be better. Or even devastation causing buildings to be deleted would be reasonable. You know? Okay, let's finish off these guys. A different, like, sort of axis of creating a similar effect. But that would include, like, commercial buildings, too. Of course, getting occupied would be much more frustrating, but maybe it should be much more frustrating. But the thing is like, I don't know, people have... People already have problems with the military system being frustrating. I think if Paradox made it more frustrating, people would get very upset. I mean, they're already kind of upset, so maybe it doesn't matter. I think we'll appoint this guy. Oh, is this just pure upside? I think this is minus 0.5 or something, but... Social Security, it doesn't matter who we appoint here. Too much. But we already have maximum synergies, so let's not actually appoint anyone. I think that was the only one. Inspirational. Everyone remembers Casper the Friendly Literary Giant. Oh, we wanted to increase our institutions, right? Right. We could get up to minus 30% infamy generation against unrecognized. Hot dog. We don't really want high target rigidity, but maybe we want a little bit higher. And then if we do this, it will decrease the target. So we can do that and increase police both. Do something like this. That one always throws me off. Iberian campaign during the Napoleonic Wars brought a ton of destruction. Yeah, I'd be super okay with devastation causing more damage to buildings. I think getting occupied would be very frustrating, but to be fair, getting occupied should maybe be very frustrating. If something has like a 75%-ish success chance, we'll go for it, but otherwise we'll just play it more cautious. Currently losing about 100k when we calculate in the investment pool. What are these guys? These guys are at 93%. I mean, I think we could dilute out their cloud a little bit. Could also maybe just lower taxes here. Maybe that's how we should address the revolution brewing. I guess let's wait and see what changes 1.9 brings. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna make it so people lose more buildings, to be honest. God damn. We've just like flubbed several over 50% chances. Because we want to give them something they want. But we want to finish passing the law we're working on. Good thing we have good equipment. Alright. We invent vaccination. Improve the logging in Brittany. This is maybe not. Let's try this one. Yeah, I mean, 93%'s certainly a vibe. I think we have maxed out our, I mean, do we have a lot of unemployed? Maybe we do want more Social Security. We have 4 million unemployed. Alright. Just gotta be a little bit careful. After years of digging, our geologist is better at digging. Don't know why this war hasn't concluded, considering it's a full occupation, but fair enough. Feared but not loved. Infamy decreases by 10. That'd be fantastic. We'll send our literary guy. He's literally literary to Japan. I've been playing with these mods in a campaign from Rio de la Plata as Paraguay, but ever since conquering Argentina, I've had persistent problems to cut down your deficit. Yeah, Morgenroete puts a lot of pressure. If you want to do all the Morgenroete stuff, you need a ton of money. We'll say that that's too risky. We do like ourselves a bone every now and then. And then looking for caves and stuff is our guy. We can invite the slaver. Let's maybe not. Get minus radicals from political movements. Army should be able to loot cash reserves on buildings, splitting the loot between the pops and the government government treasury. That would be sick. But already, like, they already have systems where pops can't hold on to money, and so what would end up happening is the money would just get destroyed. Like when you buy out buildings from owners, it says that some of the money goes to owners, but mechanically what it does in game, it doesn't go to the owners, it doesn't get paid out, it just gets destroyed. So, kind of rough. Louis Javier. Is this a historic character? What do we need in terms of a scientist for her to replace? Well, Dr. Eiffel is not very useful. We need an anthropologist. Oh, she can become an anthropologist? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. The Sensational Six, big nice. I think that's the only category we needed. I think if we stop doing this, we'll be able to do other stuff. We'll send them to look at volcanoes. We do need a chemist, but we're about to get a chemist. And we're locked in on chemist. Once you click the button, you can't unclick the button, so... Devastation deleting buildings would probably lead to players intentionally staying at war with someone to delete their buildings. That's true too. But I mean, what if it gave infamy? You don't have any outbreaks as France? For me, I played Belgium as well. Every 5-6 months an outbreak happened. Never got to 5 million pops. Oof. Maybe put in the investment pool. It already puts half of the investment pool. But, yeah. I mean, in theory, they might become an entrepreneur in a new category, but then it would just, like, all of it would just go back to the investment pool, so it would be, like, effectively free. We're gonna search for an alternative route. We could exile LaSalle, but we're just hoping we don't roll a 10% event, I guess. That's our plan. Our plan is to pray, so we don't lose our massive economic and cultural center of Alsace-Lorraine. Did we fail another study vote? No, we didn't. But we can entrench interest now here. And our rigidity won't get too high because it's decreasing a pretty good clip, and so now we have a better chance of it going to voting. We did want to turn Mexico into a, we can exempt them from service, but how is this? This is decreasing at a really good clip anyway. Nice blue on the map. We're in a race to get fossils, so I think we're actually going to collect the fossils here. And hopefully get a Triceratops. Alright, this is kind of the risky to the bisky we want. An expedition is completed. Is this supposed to be research? Recherche? Recher? I don't know how to pronounce that. Okay, so now we're in voting, so we just have to get one more ticket at auto passes, so shout out to that happening, hopefully. Let's see if we can slot in. We've been waiting to slot in. We really want California to have at least 20 financial districts. It still has 0 financial districts. Man, that kind of sucks. That's actually going to be worth it on all their stuff, I think. I think we could actually turn on steam donkeys in a lot of places. Even though we have unemployment, the problem is the unemployment's like in certain areas. And then let's take a look where we actually have the most unemployment and maybe try it. Well, our queue's like super filled. Look at this guy. A new chemist. It's not dangerous, is it? The volcano? No. You'll just be the 3rd man to die in a volcano. Don't worry about it. Let's isolate an element. In the hands of the state, I find solace. We will not do anything that gives us +10 chance on that. We'll say this is too risky. We're again kind of hoping for around a 75% chance. Is someone calling me? Why? No. Looks like USA is trying to annex the Lone Star State. which we can't really abide by. Become protectorate seems fine enough. Hopefully they'll just decide to take a bunch of stuff off of America. Like conquer Arkansas. A slope. This is a good enough chance for us. We get a dinosaur skeleton. And our research expedition returns, giving us more prestige, some progress on genetics. Nice. Output for these things. That is incredibly nice. Alright. Research just seems more important in Morgenroete, generally speaking. This is gonna go to 99 now. We're gonna have to take a save. I really don't want to lose those 50 unis, man. Are you constantly checking the interest group negative modifiers? Because some of the modifiers are really nasty. Really? I'm not checking it that close. I know their positive ones are like kind of unimportant. We're saving just in case things go completely sideways, but I think that we'll be able to manage. Even if we do rev, I'd rather not rev, but... Tax income's not too bad. Tech spread's kind of bad. Workforce ratio. The tech spread ones are kind of bad. Let's enjoy the new dawn. I hope this isn't paradox math where the 6% is actually represents the rev popping. God damn it. That is what it represented. Alright, well. We should be able to beat the rev. Kind of annoying. Because our capital's going to move somewhere else. I think it moved back to Isle de France. And with it all, like, the Morgenroete stuff's going to move. I think the capital snaps back, though, once we finish the rev. I wish we could pop it, like, immediately, but... whatever. Oh, it's cute. California's in it, too. This is probably going to cause a lot of damage to deleting a whole bunch of our government buildings. All of India joins, it looks like. Did Suzhou join as well? No, they didn't. I think we're going to send them to the USA. Because if we want to make use of these guys, we gotta use quite a bit. We have no volcano danger. Let's gain a little bit. Hopefully our rivals don't join. We don't want to bankroll them or transfer a state to them. We'll see if the UK decides to join because they're antagonistic. I don't think that they could get to the front though, so... amazing. We will discover Sabretooth. Gain a bunch of academic progress. Now we can do another expedition to the Maya. And then I think we could do... try and find the Northwest Passage. Prussia siding, I thought they were siding with our Rev. That would have been very, spooky. We'll sign the bill into law. And now we want that movement back because we wanted to pass things that they liked, but now we can't. Stupid. Like compulsory primary school. Well. We definitely should have passed something that they liked first. It's also going to get rid of a bunch of radicals for us, so... We'll just take the faster enactment speed right now. That we are afforded by not having a bunch of those things. Generalist just lost his museum. Is it gone forever? Double time is -6 manufacturing tax. Manufacturing tax is not really that bad a modifier. You piss the revolutionaries off, they target the government buildings that represent the old order. This also makes sense. Sure. We'll recruit some scholars. That's exactly what we didn't want to see. Great Britain siding is kind of rough. I think we're going to bankroll Spain to get them in here. We have no revolutionary movement, though. Why are we getting events? What? We'll add a little bit to protect against landings, but that doesn't exactly look the best. I think that, we're maybe gonna need to use actual units from places. I'm gonna recruit out of all these places, that way it doesn't automatically raise the massive conscript army that we have. And, I think these will need the Chinese forces more. Move the Chinese forces over here. Progress to break the ice. Finally, we don't have a ghost. We have 2 literary giants rather than a giant and his shadow. Oh, we have a lot of volcano danger. Hopefully the UK can't just put in, like, a big fat stack there, otherwise we'll actually have to do something very significant in terms of changing stuff. Production research speed, nice. We're still going on anthropology. We don't have our universities right now though, or not many of them. Or much of our construction either. They had to have deleted a ton of construction sectors, that's okay. How are things going here? They're going okay. We'll just import from them. Our expedition starts. We already have so much progress on it and it just started. Or so much extra chance of success. Success chance of 80 guarantees the passage, and ours is already at 30 with no events. I think we're in good shape there. Where is the UK's guys? Yeah, this is also going to reset so many radicals, because all the radicals in India are going to reset, so... Sure. Do they do much defending the homeland? They kind of do. Mosquitoes and deadly diseases. Terrible. How bad are the Morgenroete diseases? They're kind of bad. Instantly picked the bureaucratic IG approval without checking if it's good or not. Yeah. There's a lot of pop-up events. Maybe we're supposed to think more carefully about them though. I mean, I guess in theory, if they're not gonna stack on, we could just assign these, and then if they start a landing, then we unassign them. Looks like they've decided to push into France instead. We know that Rhone is a pretty good place for us to be building. I'm just looking to keep the queue going. Looks like we're maybe making progress in there. Great Britain sides with Belgium. I mean, we're fighting Great Britain anyway. So we'll have to move guys over. Or we were fighting the Netherlands anyways, but... we'll now be able to assign some amount of conscripts to here, I think. And actually get this army moving. Prussia sides with Belgium. I don't like that. Hopefully they don't commit very many troops, but they do have a land border. This is suddenly changing into a much different thing than it was before. We're fighting 3 GPs now. Let's do psychiatry. We'll use the mysterious guide. You have to be careful about the danger, but feeling lucky. We weren't lucky. I think we'll put the Chinese army, which is here, on the Belgium front. We just have to blitz occupy Belgium. Is that no one defending? No, the 14 stacks defending. We gained 1 dinosaur bone for mankind. She can't do anything quite yet. I think it's because we don't have the technology. Well, these guys might be conscripting up from India, to be fair. I think they are. We don't have any advanced stuff, because that's not what our engineers worked on. Not like this. Are we balloon reconnaissance? Starting to face a disadvantage here. Move these guys. And properly give them a certain look. I think we're going to use them to capture all of India here. Once they finish the battle that they're currently in. Oh, the UK could just, like, put soldiers there for whatever reason. Oh, that's just silly. Okay, so we might need to uber scrape the bottom of the barrel here. Just waiting for this battle to finish. So we can do that. Okay. Oh, this war is stressful. How many different wars are going right now for France? Well, we're fighting Belgium, the UK and Prussia in the Belgium War. We're fighting the French Civil War, which is relatively small, or would be if the UK didn't side against us, and we're fighting against the USA over here. We can enforce them below 0, though, is the thing, so we just have to, like, hold out. So I think we just dedicate everyone else to being skirmish infantry here on this front. And we don't have anything to lose in the Belgium War, so, like, it's not the end of the world. Or, like, what we get is a truce with Belgium. Like, that's the loss, so... overall, there's very little risk, except for we can't lose this war. I think... Well, if we could get a convoy raider, I think we'll do that. Yeah, we can. I think one volcano danger screws us either way. So our geologist is dead, yeah. Unless we high roll here. We high rolled. We need to somehow reduce our danger. Yeah. But this revolt is also surrounded. Like, the problem is that Prussia's gonna push them in immediately as well. Yeah, we can't help Selangor out right now. Some of these on auto expand. Our Q is not keeping up as much. Looks like we're starting to progress here, though. And the revolution is getting closer and closer to petering out. We're about to get compulsory primary school, which is going to be nice. Considering how important for this mod literacy is. Or Morgenroete. How are we doing over here? Kind of a status quo. We lose some danger. Good, 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 good. I think that this net has considerable positive. Alright, so these guys are just purely defensive, basically. We'll move them over to the Belgium front. And then we'll move these guys over as well, but these guys aren't actually moving. We're just going to be landing with them. We get the spaghetti. Please end the battles. I wish you could queue up. We could move him there. We can't assign to the other front. Finish up this battle, please. Thank you. No, not start another one. More provinces captured seems good here. Eh? Expedition gains some progress. I'm gonna need to massively reorganize the military, I think, after this war. Oh, we're still to have a battle. Okay, no more battle. Alright, Belgium is occupied. I think there's virtually no chance we win this. I also think that there's no war goals on us. So I think we just capitulate out so that we can finish the other wars faster. Unfortunately. At front, that's true. Try and land in Virginia here. Maybe we should actually use the bigger stack. No, I think we need to try and win this over here. But we're kind of already winning this. One of these guys have a push? They do. With 100%, so that'll be good. Is the 10 stack wreaking havoc over here yet? Not yet. Hasn't done anything. Big sad. We're starting to get pushed out here, so... Gonna send this guy to this front. Iraq wants a scientist, we'll send him a scientist. Having all the negative modifiers on interest groups, corruptions, you having a 10% manufacturing tax deficit. The manufacturing tax malice, if I'm not mistaken, does not delete money. Also, we don't have it on everyone. And so if it's like most of the money you're not getting from manufacturing tax anyway. You're getting it from, like, dividends. Belgium wants a trade agreement. Well, how about no? How about shove it? Eh? How about we want to have negative relations with you? I don't understand how we have 100% front, but we're not pushing. We will max out the education investment. Well, this gives plus infamy generation now. think we'll decrease it. We'll increase that and increase law enforcement. No, not Tejas. Oh wait, Texas. If we're participating, Texas can't stop. But we won't be able to land here anyway. We will be able to land in Texas. I'm gonna move these guys here. That front's pretty status quo-y. Why? What's the hold up here? Organization, man. You know what's like frustrating is we could actually delete these, and then they would be able to land. Because they just have to be a capped organization. They don't have to actually be at 100. So we made it so that the cap was lower. And so now they can get in and push. Athlete? Hell yeah, brother. Tixter? Sure. Amazing calculations. I don't understand the difference between those two, really. Oh, they're defending that HQ. It's in Dixie. There we go. Soon we will enforce on these guys. What is our war support? It's at plus 58, so we still have a lot of room in that war. And this one's getting enforced down anyways. And it'll be faster and faster now that we occupy an enormous percentage of their territory. Ooh, I think the math is such that we'd rather just take the -1. Quite active volcano. Yikes. We can't gain any volcano danger. Otherwise we fail. Team begs for a rest. Oh, we could have just done this out of order. Alright. We'll back things up a little bit. We don't want to kill our geologists, so... Where's America's capital now? Probably in New York or something? Oh, it's still in DC, because they still have DC. Never mind, just kidding. Didn't mean it. Never meant it. As long as we don't get overrun on this front, we don't actually need these guys here. And I don't think we're going to get overrun, so let's do this. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get suddenly wrecked here. And now, Inferno. Well, I think mathematically we take the risk. God damn it. For a success chance reaches 15. Okay, so now I think we're gonna need to fix things. Did this become the capital again once more? It did. And I'm guessing every PM in here is broken. Well, first of all, we're gonna want to do that. They didn't delete the construction sectors. Interesting. But specifically the PMs for these things. Okay, it didn't delete our archaeology stuff. We have a great national library, true. Didn't turn down these PMs either. Okay. Oh, Kurt. Let's do citrus orchards. Let's do maintain single crop for the rice farms. Fertilizers. Let's do harvesting tools for every place that isn't a rice farm. Here, we're gonna have to go over every PM here. Post-Civil War. Use water tube. Water tube here as well. Water tube on the paper, especially because the most paper we have is in the capital, which is generally needs more employment. Water tube on this. We're gonna use hand assembly on that. Steamships. We'll just keep those wherever they are. I think the PM specifically really sucks on munition plans, so we don't want to use that. I know we'll have some places that are using kind of inferior PMs. That's okay. I think we're gonna stay off of rails for now. Except on the gold. Because those will always employ always. Okay, we don't need to swap that stuff up. General training for everyone. We need to do market square. Oh no, wait, we need to do the level 3 one. And this we need to do gas into electric, because some places have electricity. That's how you need to fix the PM. Make everywhere an industrial port. Make everywhere secular. Use standardized filing. That we need split PMs on, which we have. We need to do sawmills into this, because if it's on the basic PM and you do that swap, it doesn't work properly. I'm not going to touch that. We're going to go steam donkey. We'll leave whatever railways are on railways on railways. If that makes sense. Hopefully it does. Oh god, for real, for real. And then... I don't think we could swap those. Don't think we could swap those. Art gallery. Did we lose art? Thought we had some collections. I think we wanted most of these to be business. And one of these to be daily. I guess we'll give them the daily newspaper. And then I don't think we want to subsidize power plants. No, I don't think we do. We do want them all on auto expand. And then let's get rid of some of this so we can use to be fair, Lorraine's also pretty good, so we could maybe put down in Lorraine the manufacturing as well. I forgot that they're also really good. Not that one. And then let's do this. And then Lorraine specifically, we need to build tower lock. And then we shouldn't actually be bankrupt once the game thinks that we're not. Our guy gets spaghettied. Love to see it. Some real bad spaghetti there. We will not accept that. Did we get auto incorporated? I think we got auto incorporated, which is actually really good for us. All these aren't actually fully incorporated because of the revolution. Yeah, we did. It does mean we're going to need a lot more government admins though. So I think at all these places we're just going to push 2 because qualifications are going to be a problem in all of them. It also means our literacy dropped off the side of a cliff, which isn't exactly what we would have wanted. In fact, let's see if we could do something about that. We can't get up to... Well, there is something we could do about it. Agra is the absolute most populated state we have. Bombay is really high. And then I think we get greener grass in Lorraine here. Or we wanted greener grass in New York, right? Or sorry, California. So let's actually put these universities like closer to the back and do the government admins first. Resolve the bureaucracy issue. We have quite a lot of fail chance here. Yeah, we'll flip a coin. Or an artifact. Hell yeah, brother. This is supply routes and port connections, so we actually don't have any leeway here. Do we have a lot of unemployed people anywhere that's on a coast? We kind of do. We keep getting front spaghetti, but we also take their capital. And these guys are ready to pile on. Losing 500,000, so we kind of do want to wrap this war up. We will probably demobilize massive conscript army somewhere, because we have a couple. If only this army could stop getting spaghettied and actually attach to the front, we would actually have an advantage on the front. I don't think it means higher reinvestment when you don't tax them, but it does mean that they spend more. If it's not deleting money. I don't think it's a money deletion modifier. Tax waste is a money deletion modifier, though. Yeah, change your clothes, dog. Promote this guy. And then we'll send the 11 stack in just to try and land. I think that we got this one in the bag though. Super. We have enough for another decree. If it's in a place that has a thing? Nope, maybe not. Alright, fair. Let's do that. Well, this event double fired. We don't need that stuff. Who is it we wanted to deck on? We wanted to actually deck on Belgium. Now we can't. But we could do this. And then run the event where we will lose a bunch of infamy. Time for some Olympic Games, dogs. Who will win? Definitely the French. Looks like we're not winning the landing because they're actually defending it. So I think what we'll do is we'll take the 40 stack off. Didn't want to put in tobacco. Rip. Rip the dream. They have no morale, but I'm gonna use them to try and do a landing. Wild dog. Negative impact. Our runner got worn down by a wild dog. That's not ideal. No, we lost our guy to another guy to a volcano. Tragic. We gained prestige for 10 years. This guy has a chance. This is the guy we recruited who's an athlete. And he's an Olympic champion now, baby. Yep. Our boy's never heard of again. Shout out to throwing another one into the fire. We'll just make our next guy a geologist. No harm, no foul. We're fine. Weeks there. One of our athletes was a no-show. Pretty sure he loses his job now, huh? Do we have a way into Transvaal? I don't think we do. So this won't do anything. It's unfortunate, but this won't do anything. Unless... we can land Zulu, actually. We'll get this defensive strategist going. We win the Olympic Games with 4 gold medals. Out of 15 countries. Greece. Yeah. Nice Olympic Games, buddy. Get wrecked, idiot. Let's stand these guys down, I think. Well, actually, if we occupy Texas, that's kind of a big deal in terms of the U.S. wanting to capitulate. And we have to stand down, like, all the armies, basically, that are currently, we're gonna move that guy there. I think we have to go for Gaza, too, here. Prehistoric caves are founded. Unknown human fossil. So this gets prehistoric caves, so now can we send our person on an expedition of some sort? We can examine a cave or identify a fossil. Let's identify the fossil first. We know what happens. We've seen cave diving stuff. We've seen the cave diving stuff. We know what happens. You turn upside down, you go down a hole, and then the hole gets narrower and narrower, and then you're too scrunched up and you can't back out of the hole and you die. You die. Yep. That's what happens. That's what happens. Landing is making good progress. If we can get this... oh, we win this battle. They have too few troops. As the troop count goes down, it swings back. I said as the troop count goes down, it swings back. As the troop count goes down, we forget about the fact that we have less morale, and it swings back. There we go. That's what I said. Pretty sure we can't... yeah. We can't get in there. About to hit 100 million GDP for the first time. We get a new geologist. You know what happened to the last geologist? We're not going to tell you. We're just going to send you to prospect some more, I guess. Or let's do this. We will talk about what happened to the last geologist, okay? Okay? Can we recall the expedition? I guess we have a lot of fossils now. Oh, they get spaghettied. It's magical. Actually, I think what we do is we cancel this. And we send these guys to deal with the Transvaal thing. I think we're gonna need to deck on Gaza though. Definitely want Tonga, I suppose. Let's pick up some of these that have that. And any place that has 0, we're gonna build 1. Because we don't know what's connected and what's not. Gonna make short work of Ottawa up here. But now this means we can declare another war. Kind of want to see if we need to, if we can get through Zulu to get to Transvaal or not here. I guess we're actually gonna need either way, a way to connect. So we can protect her at South Africa. We can protect her at South Africa to get to Transvaal. I kind of like that. New IOC board. You mean it's not going to stay in our hands forever? The International Olympic Committee is going to be unbiased and not cater to just a single person? Terrible. I think we're happy to get a defensive pact with Spain. I think the math is better on that one. Do that, which will increase our equilibrium. Let's guarantee their independence too. And then I think that we could use our power block action on at least one of these cats. I have no recollection of getting Holstein in, but we can subjugate, for example, Ecuador. 60% cohesion. That's a lot of cohesion. Why was it 10% a different time? Free subject's free subject, eh? The US has not given up yet. The volcano gods demand a sacrifice. Exactly. We need another geologist. Y'all in the Stone Age sending virgins to their deaths. We send geologists to their deaths. This is modded. There are 3 mods. Almost all the cultural content from the Olympic stuff is from Morgenroete. Yeah. I saw the descent. I know what's down in them caves. Freaking terrifying. I'm never gonna go into a cave ever at any point in time. We will add our crystal coal skull to our collection. Big nice. We have a lot of hot pops. Yeah, I think that we'll send this guy away. I think we don't have LaSalle here either. I think we already have. I don't think the Labour Party disbanded, did it? Oh, the Labour Party was the revolution and it's completely gone now. Crazy. We kind of liked them. Oh, we're not even passing a law right now. What's our rigidity? We probably would prefer elected bureaucrats at this point. Really would like to find a way to get on laissez-faire. Is that just a matter of getting the market liberals in government? We could do this. Is that really it? It radicalizes the socialists and the anarchists, though. But I think that we can give them regulatory bodies and then try and do the other one. It will fail. Yeah, I understand. We need to convince 25% to join it. The agrarian guys are easier for us to sway. We could just blackmail their leader. Or redeem favors, rather. And then we still need an additional 11%. We could redeem favors on these guys too. And now they will accept it. What part of the French army is this? Let's upgrade all units here. Everything's gonna be a mess here. These guys are stationed in France. We're gonna merge them with the main big army. Texas conquers Arkansas, as it was meant to be. We could transfer Mexican land to Texas to fix the border, but I'm pretty sure you guys would prefer the border gore, huh? Cohesion is a resource that maxes out. If you're not using it, you're losing it. Really? How do we use cohesion? Oh, I'm thinking synergy. Well, so kind of yes and no. We want to pull Spain into the block. If we have higher cohesion, it'll be easier. Alright, but I think that we can get rid of this conscript army being conscripted. We'll keep those guys up. We'll get rid of this conscript army. We'll keep that guy, those guys around. We'll do that. Keep on low rolling that. It's a bit unfortunate. How did our expedition do? Cheers to science. We gained an additional excavation team, pre-Columbian artifacts, and things are going well. I think let's get from these guys excavation license again. I think we gotta tune down some of the construction sectors, unfortunately. I don't think where we're at is sustainable. What does our actual expenses profile look like? Goods for government buildings, government wages are the big ones. Welfare payments are particularly expensive as well. We upgraded our welfare levels. Okay. So, in particular, we're going to want to go after unemployment here a little bit. So let's see where unemployment domestically is. A lot in Suzhou still, and some in Agra. And in Agra, we know that eventually we will be really, really good at producing textile mills. So we'll put those on auto-expand, these on auto-expand. There's not a lot of coal and iron in Agra. We'd really prefer that the people just migrate out, but in particular, I do like going for food industries and textile mills here to help to combat this. Hopefully they're exodusing really hard. They're going to Senegal, French Oran, Rajputa, and Champagne at a pretty good clip. Yeah, so what was really expensive is the incorporation of the state. Instantly started applying our, our institutions, including paying for all the unemployment and stuff, because it like instant incorporated, and so it's gonna be a little bit of a rough ride here, I think. We might actually, let's decrease Social Security here as a consequence of this. Welcome back, brother. Next Olympic site, obviously in French. In France. It should be. Does local excavation hurt us? Let's maybe do that. We still can't get Wagner, because we're bigoted. That's the real reason. The truth, it hurts. Trying to get more money here. Let's maybe reevaluate all of our trade routes. Let's give it a week, and then we'll put in new trade routes. Because all these, especially the stuff that's exporting other things, should get a little bit better. Alright. Jabalist confirmed, not a caveman. Nope. By the way, you ought to be careful when it comes to using laissez-faire and empowering the working class at the same time, because British politics models can lead to future problems in the future. We don't have laissez-faire, unfortunately. Hello. Hey, Bob. We will not talk about what we talked about yesterday. Very fair. Alright. I think we'll try and import this stuff. We especially don't want our auto queue to be encouraged to build this stuff in India, because then we'll run into problems. So the fact that we make it cheaper in our market will decrease unemployment in the net for a lot of the food stuffs. Silk. Meat. Nope, can't import meat. The truth hurts. Us being able to import sulfur is maybe not so good. Silver's really good to produce yourself. It's a really, really nice industry. Let's see if we can export wood. We can. Shocker, Egypt doesn't have any wood, so of course they can take it. Export tools, we can. A little bit. Not too much. We don't have tools industry, so... Could export opium to Qing. It's very profitable, so even though we have reasons to not want to export it, we're still going to export it. We're going to dump this to a lot of people because we want our own industry to be better than it is. Something like that, maybe. Egypt needs iron. Shocker. We are almost certainly underutilizing hardwood if that's the situation. Because we get a lot of free trade routes, we want the mix to be different because we get free trade routes for softwood and free trade routes for hardwood. We want more of our free trade routes being used. We won't super optimize it though. We'll keep our basic goods not being exported, I think. This is another good, as a result of Morgenroete, I'm pretty sure we want to dump a little bit, so we don't mind eating a malice on it. How the hell can we export fabric to Spain when we've been building fabric here and there in Spain? That's wild as hell. Do we check steamers and ironclads? B, C, D, E, F. Oh, ironclads we just can't export? Alright, fair. Oh, we might not... I don't even think we researched the technology, so yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Let's see if we can recover this out. I mean, our GDP really cranked up, but because we're super injecting a ton of money in. Nice. Oh, we're just not gonna do the friggin' one that absolutely tanks manufacturing input. We're trying to get regulatory bodies, dogs. We're working on it. So Zulu we enforced on. Yeah, this is annoying. And then they instantly get out of the war. And then these guys back down, so we're going to need to pull them into the war. Where's French South Africa? Let's do that. Look to get this war ended. And then they're not very happy with us. I guess they're probably decreasing. It's also improve relations. I think that we've not been paying as close attention to that from relations perspective as we can. We're going to improve relations with Scotland as well. Get them to the plus 50 mark. Where is isolated, huh? French Congo. Can we build a dock? We can build a port. It's in the queue though. Oh, we'll build two. That's fine. Oh, we get cut off. Womp womp. Soon we'll be able to reach there. Soon we'll have anthropology. Project Caesar will suck. It used to be Paradox games played differently at U5. Will be just be CK3 plus Vicky 3 plus a U4. I don't know. I'm kind of excited about the prospect of it being like all the games combined. What I'm concerned about is that it's just like overly ambitious and they can't like actually like do the things they want to do. I like how they're bringing some of the mechanics from EU3, like dynamic centers of trade. I'm super excited about that. Like the trade centers being completely locked is like kind of a weird thing. Alright, so we finished that, and then we can just stand down these armies, I think. One day we'll reorganize the armies. Where are you guys from? French enough. Where are you guys from? Central India? Like all conscripts, but your conscripts are raised? We'll have you join the India army. Shuzhou gets tuberculosis hospital forever. Or we call them storytellers. Yeah. Yeah, we'll buy from some grave robbers. Hell yeah, we will. Oh, can you still not sort by acceptance? God damn, dude. It's a little bit of a frustrating bug, eh? They must have expelled our diplomats. Unfortunate. Yeah, we're losing 400k. We're trying to decrease the welfare payments. I mean, they'll get cut in half when our institution gets decreased. So there's that, I guess. And we're kind of attacking the jobs front here a little bit. I guess we definitely want all the logging camps we can get. And we just want all these. We isolated a new element, a triumph of science, number 81. We'll continue doing that one, or isolating new elements. As best we can. Surely we'll have something to do with the Academy of Arts, except we have no artists. Just the writer. We want to invite Wagner. We need to, I think we need to not discriminate against him is the problem. Might not be the meta thing to do, but players can define their own victory goals very easily. Reaching high SOL is great power. Yeah, most people play for SOL. Or a lot of people play for SOL rather than the GDP. I think still most people play for GDP, but the thing of the economy was always the power behind, was always behind the power of particular countries. It's just that the rulers rarely recognized it. Yeah, I think that's probably a fair characterization. Oh, yikes. Well, all these guys who are currently mobilized, I think we'll send them over. These guys are finishing up a front, after which... I mean, I think that's enough guys to take care of Mexico. Education investment increases. We're really trying to get our literacy back up. Yeah, instant incorporating these guys is really bad for our literacy front. We actually maybe would have preferred the 20-year incorporation. Especially Agra specifically. The other ones were kind of okay with the instant incorporation, but Agra specifically like kind of throws us into a loop. Did they incorporate that-ish? Or is it 18 even unincorporated? It's 18 even unincorporated. Hot damn. We would be fine if people just started leaving Ode, so... I think we would have helped them against the tuberculosis. Also be kind of okay with this. Because we're about to make them upset. Italy still has yet to form. What informs how much of this we get? Certain interests being powerful, literacy being high, yeah. We have each type of studio, but we don't have, yeah. Where's our rigidity? It's in the sweet zone. Guys are a little bit slow to get there. Not the diseases. Not my gumdrop buttons. Oh, it's not gonna have the guys we want. Where's these guys there? I think we'll change the look of this to be the conscript army, eh? That way we know what it is. Looks like welfare payments is flattening out a little bit. Oh, we just need to pip elevators. We already have enough progress on it. I think we want to go for some of the art stuff. Multilateral alliance is just so good, though. She gained some experience. We gained some human fossils. Anthropological prestige. I think she should be not busy anymore, right? No, she's still doing her thing. Alright, fair. Fair, fair, fair. You do you, girl. We don't have an investment pool built up, so it's not like we're gonna get suddenly saved in terms of this income bubble. These guys will reject. Not like this. Village interest is huge. Let's see what we can sway. We won't sway that, I don't think. So we could tax break 13% up here, which is enough. Oh, I read the wrong one. Alright, we'll need another 5%. We'll entrench some interests. Now we should be able to win the vote. To enable regulatory bodies. Let's build a sanatorium in California. California. We've been wanting to put in our bank for forever. There's finally 2 financial districts in California here. So, progress. Progress of a kind. These had some stuff auto-expanding, and then they revved, and now they don't. So we'll put them back on. Because we it's more likely that they get the financial district in the state that it's built in, slightly, if I recall correctly, which I might not. We'll avoid taking the radical pops. Hot damn. There's another Belgian revolution. It'd be really nice if we can... Unfortunately, since this guy's aggressor, we have a truce with this guy. We can't do the things we want to do. I think it's unlikely that we are able to get a free subject here. Are they too big to subjugate? Now we can't side here because of the truce, but measles does kill children in Punjab. Looks like we are managing this war. Looks like the enemy of our enemies is gonna have some things. Did they expel our diplomats? Wait, why would you do that? We just improved relations with you guys. Why would you do that to us? We have a pretty big anti-Russian society too. We could decide to rumble with Russia a little bit, I suppose. Maybe we were supposed to put in the bank forever ago and not play for Wells Fargo. Oh wait, what the fuck? We didn't put this in. Bro, our revolution put in... two companies. That's obnoxious as hell. Close an observatory? That's fine. Seems like just gravy for us. Sure. An astronomical congress. Oh, we're up to 3 financial districts. 2 fertilizer plants in California. I think we just did this. So we'll make them happy again. We'll sign the bill into law. Say yellow fever at what cost? We'll gain some surveyor stuff. And now I think we can go laissez-faire. Once this passes through. Alright. Minus dangerous working conditions. I also think that we'll want to just increase that pretty high. And we don't need a cabinet person on it, but if there's a particularly good bonus for it, we'll go for that. Like, minus mortality seems kind of free, huh? And then the people who are upset shouldn't be super upset. Other than the aristocratic interests, but we're hoping to be able to get this through. The problem is boy oh boy, we have to sway a lot of people over, actually. We could sway the bureaucratic interests without too much difficulty. And a lot of these smaller guys. I don't know if we could sway this much clout over. We have to somehow sway 43% clout. And we're going to have around 120 sways points total to do it. These guys will take 12. We'll have 108 remaining. These guys are unswayable because they don't want enough stuff. We'll have 108 remaining at 6%. We need 43. Sways are cheap for the Catholic Church, but they don't give a lot. We can't sway this guy. We'll have 94 remaining, and we'll have 19 swayed. We'll have 88 remaining, and 24 swayed. These guys are maybe not swayable, I'm not sure. These guys are swayable. I'm losing count. Dog. It was like 24, and this makes it 30. This would be 34. There's just not a, there's actually there's not enough clout for us to sway. We can't pass this law. That sucks. We just can't pass it. There's not enough swayable stuff. We could why can't we do economic liberalization? We have too much debt, I guess. Oh no! Oh no! Well. I wonder what employment does. This just increases the number of workers per level in buildings. Standard labor per labor board institution, though. It's maybe good. We're gonna need to do that, but I think we can afford to do that. Try and go cosmopolitan. I don't think we have enough people. We won't be able to get above 50%, even with the all the various movements, I don't think. We could try and go like national supremacy and then in the cosmopolitan. Maybe sliding into debt too hard? Yeah. Oh, we accidentally got behind. Any problems with your government? Actually, maybe it's the government kind of alert you're ignoring. Looks spooky. Is this 1.8? This is 1.8, but heavily modded. We could try and get a state that holds a company HQ from someone else. Yeah, we could try and grab, like, a place that has a lot of ownership buildings would be good. We are playing with the Better Politics mod. I think it's live. It's not pre-recorded. It's definitely not live. No, the truth hurts. Did you reply to chat? What do you mean it's not live? I wonder if it makes it so I have to scroll. Mans doesn't reply for a couple minutes. Suddenly it's not live. The truth hurts. Whoa, I don't know how we get to the point where we can change the laws we want to change, man. I guess that's government, huh? Well, I mean, military research speed kind of for freezies-ish, which would radicalize pops. It's maybe okay. I've been bamboozled. You lacked faith. Now you guys trolled them good? Yeah, basically. This is probably actually the real answer. Get wrecked, generalist. I'm just trying to think how we can possibly switch to laissez-faire. And the market liberals and business interests just need to be way more powerful, and I don't know how we do that. Other than, like, decreasing education and stuff like that, but I don't want to do that. I think we'll do military reform right now, because that seems like the most useful thing we can pass. We need to sway 22%. Just 23%. Wait, we just swayed a guy though. Gotta recalculate? Oh, did we click a button of a guy who's not really swayable? We might have done that. We can entrench interest and then redeem favors on them. They're not worth too much though. We need another 10%. We don't have any sways right now, so... What mods are we using? It's in the title. We're using Morgenroete, Better Politics, and more unique companies. So considering modders can add these laws and make them work, why not add more laws in vanilla? It's like complicated to balance stuff like this. Uh-oh. Gene's threatening the chat. This complex stream persona AI is just a long query latency, you see? True. Why did he read Mein Kampf? I haven't read Mein Kampf. I've been meaning to. I think people underread stuff that they think they're gonna wildly disagree with. In a general sense. Not that I would be at all expecting to find any, like, redemption in Mein Kampf, but, like, if you're gonna, like, discuss, like... In the West, people hold, like, Hitler up as the personification of evil, and then, like, they haven't read, like, the other side version of accounting of things, and I think that that, to some extent, is silly. I think that reading the other side wouldn't help, but... Great Britain expanding and stuff. We can finally colonize up there. Is it me or does Greece seem to eat the Ottomans more in these recent patches? It's not just you, they do eat it more. We have an annex to subject him forever. Is there any puppet we would want to annex? I guess maybe Venezuela, that's kind of it. It's going to increase the liberty desire on everyone, which is going to decrease the rate at which we acquire mandate. But at this point, we are kind of getting into the sphere where we really are kind of okay on the mandate. I think we're going to do this, and then we're going to look to get rid of construction. Or something else. But we're getting mandate quite quickly. Is there any way we can possibly get more... We could give them an obligation. They're so close to accepting it anyways, but with the power block embassy, we should actually be able to pull them into the block. But then they can... I think it's hard for them to leave the block, right? And we can hope to eventually subjugate them. Not when they're a major power. They have to... If I recall correctly, they have to decline in power ranking. And be a minor. We isolate aniline. Is that... Oh. I got excited. I thought we could establish Wells Fargo. It was all a lie. Yeah, only 3 financial districts here. Alright, we're at study now, so we can sway a little bit more. We just need 10%. I think we don't mind restraining police here, actually. And then we could just increase the police rank by hand. Never said we couldn't re-increase it. Hey. Heyo. And this is starting to come into a more... Oh wait, I'm just kidding. It's because we're not constructing. Yeah, the thing that sucks is the convoys it takes to try and get this stuff off the ground, and also these things don't want to employ up. Because they don't have the qualifications yet. I guess they're really far behind in terms of qualifications here in Agra, so we'll do that. And then our SLL's coming up at a pretty good clip here. I don't know how we're not getting more migration attraction here. Oh, do we... Probably actually want to be more aggressive with some of these labor-saving PMs here in the capital. Something like this. They'll employ up elsewhere. We've plenty of peasants and unemployed here, so why don't we look to blast a little bit. Actually, let's just finish that off and then build a furniture manufacturing, and we'll put it on auto expand. Then we'll see what our scientists are up to. We'll isolate a new element. Are you just doing this forever? I think you are. Are you doing this forever? Well, we can't click it or unclick it, so I guess it doesn't matter what it's doing. I mean, we could settle for not Wagner. Just so we can do events. Maybe that's what we're supposed to do. But we want to hear the Ride of the Valkyries once more. So many plagues, so little time. You get a Bengal tiger. I think that means that gentleman's no longer busy. Try and capture the ancient enemy, the hippopotamus, yet again. Didn't we send you to go do Lorraine? I'm losing it. Hey, Ivilo, how's it going? I find the amount of people posting Hitler speeches on X with captions like, why did they never show this in school? He makes good points, troubling. Well, my position is like more, why did they never show this in school? And see just how horrific he is. Yeah. I've heard the traditional translation of the book is cleaned, stain washed, and there's a new translation that's closer to the original German. Yeah, one of the problems is the translations. You need some energy, people can't even realize it's live. Oof. The truth hurts. Damn, damn, damn. Part of the development team for Vic 2. I was one of the 2 people behind the map they used and did research on pops for files. Oh, interesting. That seems like so much like back-end work to try and get the things right, and then people just get really upset as well when something is not like historically accurate, but it's like so hard to be historically accurate for everything. Could be a lot of migration attraction to French Guiana because it's double popping some of these events. Yeah. Why do you want this Fargo Bank? How's it better than the others? It has better associated companies that are kind of otherwise really hard to get. So it has gold and explosives and oil and also transportation, and there's not really another good oil company that we're that interested in that will potentially be able to put in. And the big attraction here is like tools, but we're already going to have a really good tools company when we eventually take Belgium, so Ugh. Don't like either of those options. I think we're gonna take this, actually. Because that will allow us to start colonizing a little bit more to the left. The fact that you need prestige for market was insane. Yeah, I haven't played Vic 2, so I can't really comment too much on it. Oh, I didn't even notice Armenia actually successfully broke free. I thought they were just gonna get stomped out. After probably 1,500 hours in game, I bought it like 70 hours in right now on the real version. Maybe Generalist is bald because AI has trouble rendering hair. Shh. Don't let them know. Eventually, we're going to have to buy back all our gold mines and put them up for privatization. I think that's probably the one industry that you want to, like, nationalize and privatize repeatedly until the company owns all of it. We'll sign the bill into law. And then... I mean, going to wealth voting might be a way that we could try and get passed through laissez-faire. We just can't really get enough support for it, man. It's not like we have a political movement that's like remotely industrialists. I think we're just actually like stuck off of it forever. I don't think there's a way we can do it. Purchased commissions. Extra political strength from wealth. I mean, maybe something we're doing in the cabinet's not right for this. Foreign affairs, I think, influences the fact that we have flexible foreign policy, so we don't want to appoint anyone there and have it auto-swap us off of policy. I mean, we can't do liberalization because we have too much debt. Apparently. Which this would be really good if we could do it. Ton more contribution efficiency. And political strength on capitalists. We might have to delete a little bit more construction. We're already running very high taxes, we are. What do you think of Hitler? Do you think that Hitler's goal was world conquest? I don't know enough about Hitler to like... I mean, that would be my guess, but I don't know enough about him to, like, feel that confident in ascribing intent to him, to be honest. It's a little bit difficult. I mean, we could put some of these regulations in, but like, bruh, I don't think they help the... Well, this enables the labor board institution, which gives minus working conditions. Maybe we would like this on level 1. Don't we already have something like that, though? Oh, we already have the institution. Having regulatory bodies. And this would just give more political strength to unions. State-controlled unions would be a way to add political strength from wealth. In terms of trying to get this to... us to be able to go laissez-faire. To be fair, the benefits of laissez-faire are probably less... Oh no, wait, it changes laws. We want to get onto it so bad, but we can't do it. God. Maybe we have to have a revolution intentionally or something like that. How can you survive with that minus 300k budget? We can't survive indefinitely with like this. Yeah. Guys, I think it's not live, not like this. It's a replay. The truth hurts. If you repeat funny jokes, it stops being funny, eventually. Sometimes the truth really does hurt. Animal attacks. Somehow our guy stops the hippo attack. What do you think about a Paradox MMO? That seems like entirely not their genre. It has nothing to do with the Clausewitz engine. You couldn't run a Clausewitz engine on an MMO. They tried a couple times recently to like expand into a different genre and got like promptly like slapped down. So, oh, this would have helped out a lot, huh? So I think that they're now we're kind of just trying to stick to the basics a little bit better. Like they tried to make a game that was like also the amount we're effectively losing 200k when not 260k because you have to add these two together. But they tried to make like a version of The Sims, and then they like spent a lot of resources on it, and it never got off the ground. No offense, but if you think the Nazis had any chance to invade continental US, you're a lot less smart than I thought. He asked what Hitler's intent was, not if I thought it was practically speaking like plausible. Also, they almost certainly would have invaded a country other than the US first. You would start like with South America, where there was like a lot of like Nazi sympathizers, and you would already have a beachhead established, rather than just like trying to land in New York or something. If he took over all of Russia though, and cemented control over Russia, it becomes a bit of a different thing. And if Japan took over all of China, right? If the Axis had finished like in all the theaters where they started and then turned their attention to the US, I do think like that's like a different story. But also they wouldn't start like with landing New York or something like this. Tactically speaking. Because Japan was like not even like Japan. It's not like Japan was supposed to land in the United States. They were just supposed to destroy the navy and destroy the power projection. But like, if you think that if Hitler annexed all of Russia and like all of Europe and Great Britain, that going out to the USA would be like that problematic, tactically speaking, I don't really know about that. Especially if you could establish, you know, control over like areas in South America. And you had Japan attacking from, you know, the east. You didn't even want war with Great Britain. You're absolutely clueless about World War II history, and it shows. What? Bro, you are always negative. It's fine, Crisis. And like you're ascribing like beliefs to me that like I literally like opened this entire thing up with saying I don't know that much about Hitler or his intent, but this is what I like think. And then like calling me clueless after like I open with heavy qualifications that this is not like an area of expertise for me is just like insipid. Like, it's not like you're revealing a new piece of information. But people are asking or discussing what my opinion is. And so my, like, expressing of an opinion when it's, like, queried is, like... I don't know, man. Let's upgrade all these. I think we will look to... Let's upgrade some of these. But not all, and then... There's another thing we wanted to do. I think we expanded these all in Suzhou, but I think they're already expanded. Specifically trying to deal with unemployment in Suzhou, or decrease it. I think we've been doing an okay job. I wish we could watch the trajectory of unemployment. Maybe we haven't been doing a very okay job. A lot of them are leaving too. Yeah. The YouTube chat wants blood. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Some people just want to be negative. It's like, the more you deal with like a bunch of different types of comments and like chats and like this type of stuff, the more you realize like it's generally, you have to like look at what a general trend of like chat is to like discern stuff rather than individual chatters, because some people like will be super negative or super positive, and it's not necessarily like neither of those are necessarily a reflection on you. It's like but the general trend, like you need a sufficiently large sample size to get like good feedback. And feedback from singular individuals, unless you know them to be like a particularly knowledgeable person in an area, is just actually not that useful. It's just wild that you hold these opinions spoon-fed by your overlords. You don't even know where they come from. Like, again, like, one of the reasons why I would want to read Mein Kampf is to, like, understand Hitler's, like, perspective more. So, like, I even discussed wanting to read it because there's, like, an empty spot. But you could still hold an opinion and not hold it strongly. It's, like, kind of silly for you to suggest that forming an opinion and holding it weakly is not something that people constantly do. Like, that's how you learn. You form an opinion, you hold it weakly, and then you decide to verify it or try and disprove it, and if you can't disprove it, that's like the basis of the scientific method, is formulating an opinion on really low levels of knowledge. It's like... I guess we don't mind them getting political string. Yeah. Find Crisis is the Fur's biggest fanboy. I've had this argument in a Tarkus stream. Oh, is he? Well, I mean, Hitler did some things right. He did, after all, kill Hitler. But, like, also, I probably think Stalin was a bigger dick with a, again, relatively low degree of confidence than Hitler. Stalin just happened to be our ally. But I also think Hitler was an enormous asshole and a drug addict. It's not that Hitler didn't want war with Great Britain, it's more that he thought Great Britain wouldn't go to war with him since they didn't over Czechoslovakia. Yeah. I mean, once he's at war with Great Britain, then as far as I understand, the plan is to land them. You have to contact Paradox developers. Please tell me to tune down the AI abuse of Japan. That's like working as designed. They want the AI to abuse and open up Japan so that the Meiji Restoration can happen at a higher degree of consistency. Ooh, we maybe have to rake back some of the things we're doing. We see Agra, Bombay, and Alsace-Lorraine are all... Bro, did they destroy our Power Black statue in Alsace-Lorraine? Oh, they did. And then let's see about... I'm losing my train of thought here. Okay, who we can subjugate with the power block interaction. We're looking at this icon here. Not looking like we could do it with really anyone here. But, yeah. Will we be able to defend these guys? Probably, actually. Become subjects is somewhat reasonable. It would give us more authority as well. Which we're kind of shopping for. We're going to transfer some of these to the French army here so that we have an exactly 100 stack, so we could use 100 stack to land Brazil. You think US solo hegemony over the world is the best future for the planet? Not particularly. I think it's more complicated than that. I'm generally more pro-West than I am pro-China or pro-Russia. I'm, it depends, like, so, okay, there's a finite amount of, like, geopolitical strength in the world proportionate to another. There's, like, a pie. And in terms of people who I would want controlling the pie, like, there's definitely people who I would want controlling the pie less than the US. We finally capture the beast, but at what cost? The great hippopotamus. Or was he just a really cool hippopotamus? Let's do the mines in California. Oh, I guess gold mines should probably be the thing we focus on if that's possible. I would definitely prefer US hegemony over a Russian one and a Chinese one for sure. Yeah, that is kind of my first thought. But like if you're asking who I would prefer between like Norway and the US, I'd have to look into it more. My guess would be like Norway, but I'm not sure. I think Hitler would have been worse if Germany won. Because they failed and Trump is an isolationist. He started the China pivot and way more aggro on Iran compared to Obama. Yeah, I mean, if your question is whether or not I like Trump, the answer is I don't. That's like a different sort of conversation, though, isn't it? We could actually get guys to that front. Hold the phone, pump the brakes. Pump the phone, hold the brakes. And let's move these guys over here because we're just going to land them on Brazil. This is going to be the plan. Hitler would have launched a crusade against communism with the West's assistance if our international bankers didn't side with Stalin. Yeah, I'm not sure about that analysis. Stalin killed as much pet in peacetime than Hitler did during war. Yeah, Stalin killed a whole bunch of people. And, like... if someone has at least, like, an affinity or empathy towards their own people, even if they, like, completely abuse and dislike people with whom they consider the outgroup, I consider that to be, like... better, although both can be horrific and bad. I think we want to subjugate Iraq or just take states off of it. We did release them earlier, so it might not be possible to take states off of them. If we subjugate someone, who should we subjugate? Paraguay would certainly be fine. I mean, we could conquer our way down this way. Not sure it lets us... No, it wouldn't give us another front. I guess we kind of actually do just want to take out Congo, so let's do this. Go read a book, buddy. I've read plenty of books. Here we go, Fine Crisis. What do you really mean by international bankers? Yeah. Something like that. I don't know. If someone's like repeatedly aggressive to me and chat does not seem to be enjoying them. So does it mean I'll get my ass whipped as Japan every time then? They'll either want to subjugate or eat parts of you? No, I think you kind of just reroll pretty aggressively for giving them investment rights. Once they have investment rights, they chill out a bit. It's specifically when you're on isolationism, they're really aggressive. Japan really threaded the deal with Meiji several times in the 1860s. Britain or France would try and intervene. Yeah. For me, it's usually Great Britain requesting investment rights, and you're supposed to back down. Pretty much historical. Yep, this is the way. This is the idea, or how you play it, really. I guess we could go after like something like Najd or something. I think we have to damage relations with Iraq because they're amicable. Enormous, or was it just truly a really cool hippopotamus? Who knows? That joke never gets old, except it does. Grieg, we like. Alright, let's invite him. Sure, we like some of his music. Let's do a tour with Grieg. We're at 1:30 here. Almost at power block inviting time with Spain. Japan not being colonized boiled down to luck is actually an insult. They turned their society upside down to rapidly westernized. Yeah, but they weren't westernized at the start. That's the point. Alexander the Great was just as bad as Stalin. He enslaved entire cities and worked them to death in gold mines to pay his armies. That might have been true. The morality of Alexander the Great is not something I've considered too much. I think that... Okay, let's send this over here. Red Rover, send those guys right over. I often think, or say, or comment that I think Hannibal was a better general. I don't know if we can grow into this or if we really need to ramp down. Let's get rid of this. Japan was definitely seen as a potential market. Yeah, a big part of why industrialization was successful was the ability to dump goods to prospective markets. And have like an advantage in doing so, and in exchange extract resources and such. Why is the morale so low, or the organization so low on this? The frick? I don't understand. So they're traveling? Oh, we should have gone after Algeria. Damn, I didn't even think about that. Oh, and we could actually get to that front? Hot. Send those guys to the Congo. Get a Triceratops. And a famous paleontologist. Just what we wanted. We never stopped to ask if it was... We're gonna roll the dice there. Except they got lost. Damn. The truth hurts. Our scientists never stopped to ask if they should. They only ask if they could. The truth hurts. When Stalin occupied my country back in '44, his army stole so much goods that we had to take a shortage of basic goods. They took the factories brick by brick and shipped them back to the USSR. That's insane. That's crazy. '70s and 1880s, Japan had a government the West felt would create an environment they needed to invest safely. Yeah, Japan is like kind of one of the outliers, I guess, in regards to colonization. I mean, China's also done a good job at this point. China didn't really properly get like colonized. I guess Japan kind of didn't either. We'll just let those guys kind of figure that out on their own, eh? We get a baboop. Hey, Gene. Happy holidays, General. A little extra help you with the new computer pen. Thank you so very much for the 35. Big nice. Also to the tip jar, which was slightly more efficient. Although I don't mind YouTube and Twitch taking a cut in an abstract sense. Thank you so much. So, looks like we should dust this up pretty quick here. Or all these. Except for the Congo one. The Congo one we might not get there in time. Yeah, we didn't get there in time. More dinosaur bones for us. We don't really care if the the plantation's not very profitable with the banana plantation. Can we prospect? Okay, we're gonna prospect gold specifically. Improve rubber plantations, let's go. I guess at a certain point you get gated by the size of your country, because these guys are improving states one at a time. Yeah, we can't sustain this level of construction. We're like extracting as hard as we can. The goods for government buildings. The real problem is that we actually would prefer Adwa at this point to not be... We're paying too much for all the bureaucracy in all these places that really just don't have enough GDP for us to actually properly tax them out. Is like the real problem. They're not getting enough done. Up to... Nope, still 3 financial districts here. Though things in Japan could have turned out different if French supported Tokugawa more directly when the Meiji Revolt break out. Not ideal to eventually conquer and forcefully modernize a whole continent. Half of which wasn't even had influences of feudalistic relations. I'm gonna say no on that front. Composer, mediocre. Krieg, impossible. Our anthropologist does some things. And so does our other guy. And our expedition returns alive with some magnetic data. Hot. That's what we like to see. Living scientists, not sacrificed to the volcano gods. I think improved explosives was bugged, so we'll do some elementary research here. Dear Watson, and then we'll examine a cave in Goyan. And try and see what that holds. Why so much gov spending? Pain. A lot of it is paying for government administrations in places that aren't really that profitable. We could rake back institutions and delete government administrations if possible. A lot of it's goods for government buildings. Goods for military buildings, too. A lot more for goods for military buildings than I anticipated, actually. We're paying quite a bit of interest at this point, as well. Welfare payments came down when we decreased the institution. Maybe we delete some of the military here. These guys are from North Africa. Let's get rid of them. Winding down the military is always like a little bit rough because you don't know where you want to wind it down from. The South China, I think we will not. But also, our mobilization could be bugged here at this point. These guys are also North Africa. I think we'll delete them as well. But I think I have a sneaky suspicion actually that some of the things that are that we're paying a little bit, like, things just really got out of hand after the Civil War. I guess it's us paying for all the government administrations for all the newly incorporated stuff that's really not that valuable at this point yet. And we still need to get a lot more construction through to, like, make it more valuable. The Revolution auto-incorporated this, and I think we would have just rather not incorporated it yet. And the tax capacity is awful. Wait, it's like real awful. Try and keep things going in places that we know are good, though. It's the generalist way, yeah, but usually not. We're approaching a really significant problem. Yeah. Charles, happy holidays, my friend. I wish peace, health, and prosperity to you daily. Aw, thank you so very much. Same to you. Exclam mod. We are playing Morgenroete, Better Politics mod, and more unique companies currently. Let's do a common weight. Like at the start of Victoria 3, you have disunited Ethiopia and eventually unites. And it was the borders that unified were actually the largest extent in Ethiopian history. If you get a Yankees fan in the chat. I don't know how much a Yankees fan actually likes Ethiopia or if he just likes watching me suffer. It remains a mystery to me. Did we enforce on Brazil? No, not yet. I think we will soon, though. And once we get out of all the wars, we will have less we're paying on military goods. Does this mod change how much you're paying on military goods when they're not mobilized? Maybe that's part of what's going on, too. It feels like, just in general, you pay way more on military goods with this. Thailand was a buffer between British and French to prevent either from dominating mainland Indochina. It's interesting. I'm just skimming through the comments because I'm trying to stay caught up. I think our chemist is not particularly experienced, so we'll give them some experience. Really want to somehow force this place to have more financial districts. I guess on a per construction basis, that's going to be the best way, huh? Texas has got some problems. Let's talk about it. After this, we could get rid of the 100 stack, which is going to be nice. Let's do stuff that's actually going to finish buildings. British did not want either France or Italy to dominate the Horn and would have risked the London-Bombay route via Suez. That makes a lot of sense. So they supported Ethiopia. I wish that like there was more like geopolitical like... It felt like more jockeying for various positions. We're not going to replace Construction 1 yet, but we're not going to go for Construction 3, so... We'll just keep things as they are. Do we not have a pushing army here? Bruh. Our guy who was pushing died. Because I'm pretty sure we had set pushers in most of these armies, so... We'll actually start pushing... I think we'll send the India army over to Texas. No, we won't. Just kidding. Looks like the Texas army wins either way, so I think we can demobilize this 100 stack in just a sec. Mahmoud's still here? He was here earlier. He might still be here. We're not discussing the the benefits or disadvantages of particular religions, though, because I think we've exhausted that conversation to some extent. Or I think that chat was starting to prefer us not having it, so... if chat was foaming at the mouth to continue it, I suppose we would, but that didn't seem to be the case. It's a denial of expansion as opposed to just a simple buffer. Weren't you the guy calling for a crusade? New crusade? Let's not call each other names, Mahmoud. I would prefer that chat remains relatively civil, even if people disagree with each other. Now, we should be able to colonize a little bit more as well. Out from here. Which we can. I guess we need malaria prevention. What are we researching now? Yikes. Did we build... We also... Another thing we did is we went to a 50 stack of universities, which maybe is part of our problem. Maybe that's too much. Wait, does this scale? It does scale. Okay. Then we will change some things up. It didn't used to scale in a meaningful way. I think we'll make Isle de France a general university because we don't have one of those. I don't know if having one of those is important. The first international. Oh no. Let's keep an eye on this. Deleting a couple unis will help out a little bit. What's our price of paper, even? Pretty fucking expensive. Did our PMs for paper get wrecked? Is that what's wrecking us? Are we somehow using terrible paper PMs? I thought we went through all the PMs, but no. I mean, we're consuming a ton of paper here in the capital. It's really, really profitable. Maybe do this. And try and bring down the price of paper a little bit. Ah, they became a subject of Brazil. Well, good thing we're pushing now. French bibliomania. The French Republic has a thriving book industry and presentable the literary elite. The country's well-educated citizens are becoming more and more interested in cultural life. Very nice. Meanwhile, people are dying. Shout out to death. I think it's live. It's gonna be live when it... Mahmoud, if you can't play nice in chat, and I know I'm a little bit behind, but if you can't play nice in chat with other people and talking, like, about fucking their mom and taking her honor and, like, this type of stuff, then I'm gonna, like, ban you. Are communists more relevant? I think there are. There's a lot of, like, local flavor for it. Alright. A new astronomer. Well, let's say he stays at university. Which is fine enough for us. And we enforce there. And let's catch up on chat, because people aren't playing nice. What do you even name... Why do you have a name after people who are not of your superior Western culture? Seems a bit hypocritical. I'm pretty sure that's just a play on Apocalypse and League of Legends. Apache are I don't think it's after Apache. I think it's Apocalypse. How's your budget this bad with only 300 construction? Can you show costs? Yeah, we can. It's pretty bad. Our investment pool is growing at 92k, so it's really just like minus 110 instead, in terms of like how much we're actually like learning. But Morgan wrote is really generally puts pretty severe costs on you in a bunch of different ways. We have a lot of additional costs. We also have a ton of welfare payments. We had a rev that auto-incorporated this state, which we kind of would rather it didn't, because there's not enough economic activity there to like justify a corporation. And as such, we have to pay a lot more on bureaucracy. So we have really, really heavy bureaucracy costs and such. And so it's a little bit rough. We should maybe downgrade our institutions and do some other stuff. So I'm happy to be a small streamer generalist, other than when you raid me, no one's there. It's somewhat nice in the sense that, like, you don't have to deal with people not getting along. Bald man with a beard threatening to ban chat. Who are you? Wings of Redemption? I have no idea who that is. But, like, if people can't play nice, I can kind of do what I want with my chat. Mahmoud, keep it in English, please. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna Google Translate that. If you're being aggressive towards them, then we're gonna have a problem. Because you gotta ask repeatedly to stop. Alright, that's not bad. Keep it in English, though. Because I can't moderate non-English. I see a lot of Ottomans split with a lot of separatist movements recently. Yeah, the Ottomans really struggle. I didn't even notice that they lost Bulgaria, but they lost Armenia. We're like really threading the needle here now. I think we have to like be very aggressive about specifically expanding wood to try and stop this. And we're gonna do it kind of in the homeland states. All hail our savior, wood. Wood will die for our sins. We didn't do it in the other state. But we are going to have the first international. And so, like, this is an example of local flavors. Yeah, you have to keep it in English because the moderation kit doesn't know what you're saying. So you could be describing how to build a bomb, right? Which is obviously ban-worthy. Really don't want, like, having to, like, be oriented around banning at all, though. Time to sacrifice another time to sacrifice another geologist to the gods. It's that time of the run again. A breakthrough for chemistry. We get aniline. Big nice. I think we're going to improve explosives. We're going to improve them in California. And Alsace-Lorraine. But some of the aspects of this mod really encourage you to build tall here. Maybe we add some explosives here specifically, given the tenor of what's going on. You have 180k in interest payments? I'm aware. I'm well aware that that's definitely one of the factors influencing things. Can we? Yeah, we can put in another consumption tax. We're going to tax opium. And then I think we're going to expand specifically fish in areas that are contiguously connected. You can maybe invite Spain to the power block. They are in. And we'll maybe raise subject payments on some of these guys. We'll see if we could subjugate anyone else first, though. Holstein, no. Holstein's the subject of a subject. I think that's why we can't subjugate them. But I'm pretty sure we have our cooldown available on at least someone. No? I guess not. Okay, fair. So let's go into the subject tab here. And look to... I mean, we could annex Bolivia, but I was thinking raise subject payments on a couple guys. Annexing them would increase all of their liberty desire, though. This is one of the problems. But Bolivia's got some good stuff. Do we have New Granada? I thought we subjugated New Granada. Maybe we didn't. But we can decrease autonomy on Chile, I suppose. Which now we will be able to annex Bolivia. They don't accept, but that's okay. And then... somehow we can get over there. Socialist time. But this will hopefully give us a little more line of credit as well as some gold. We know there's some gold down there. Generalist-based racism. Not sure what we're talking about here. Ban everyone who offends you. Power is meant to be abused. Yeah, well... oh, he's thinking I'm racist because I'm banning him specifically, maybe? Or banning... no, I mean, it's like the people who are just super aggressive in chat and can't behave. Just like undermines the whole thing. Alright, he earned his retirement. Son of a bitch. Alright, we need another archaeologist, so we will promote archaeologist and we will pay extra. See, like, it's a bunch of, like, little things where, like, you end up paying a lot. We have no really good backup painters. I guess we'll sponsor a painter. Muslim guy talks in Arabic and he immediately thinks it's bomb instructions. Oh, that. Yeah, that wasn't specific to him being Arab. It was the fact that, like, that would be, like, the most bannable thing that you could have on, like, YouTube. Keep up the racism, yeah. It's that you can't chat in a different language. There's a quote for a Quran, my Arabic site. Yeah, I just Google translated it. But I don't let anyone talk in foreign languages. It's like, guy's getting upset because he thinks I'm being insensitive after he talks about fucking someone's mother and dishonoring her. It's kind of a little bit of a rich one. He's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's too much. It was an example of a clearly forbidden discussion. Yeah, basically. Okay, that's it. I was a loyal subscriber, but you're actually despicable. I know you're not faithful. This showed you are a total bigot. Okay. Says the guy who is a fan of apartheid. I'll smell you later, dog. Like, it's like, anything that happens towards your in-group, unthinkable. You know, doing something to another group, of course they deserve it. What yellow fever? Let's see if Mahmoud sticks in the flounce. I'm a hate watcher of generals, can't lie. I mean, you've been overwhelmingly negative almost every time you comment, at least when you're commenting to me. You've been nice to other people in chat, though, so I don't really mind that much. Isle de France, we could either get probably SOL. Hate watching is like such a waste of time. I kind of agree. But that's where people want to go. It's like, yesterday you were literally talking about how the Jews shouldn't have access to utilities, which like includes clean water, in the event that people are victorious, and now you're like talking about like it's like a very clearly obvious thing that you can't say in a chat. That's actually the #1 example of like something you can't say on the internet. I cannot think of an example of something you can't say more. Do you eat pork? Yeah. I don't have a problem with pork. I think he's a troll who has time to fuck with others, baby. I think General's like 1.8 a little bit too much. Yeah, the racism update. Yeah. I mean, I actually can't think of another example of something that's like more you can't say on the internet than like how to build instructions on how to build a bomb. So it was like irrelevant to the fact that he's Muslim. He is very obviously Muslim though. He was trying to convince entirety of chat that that's religion. The past 4 days. I think we'd rather be anti-American than anti-Russian. In terms of America's gonna probably keep fighting us over... Oh. They are fighting us over this. Return New Mexico. God damn it. I didn't even see them join. We're gonna load so we can put war goals in on the USA. And I can also, I guess, catch up with chat. I hate all kinds of apartheid. No, you don't, because you said you, like, if Hamas conquered, I repeatedly pressed you on what you thought of, like, Hamas's position on just eradicating all Jews, and you refused to answer it. And when you eventually did answer it, you said they could stay, but they wouldn't have access to any utilities. Winky face, like it's a joke. And like, so like, they don't get clean water? And you were like completely, first of all, you said that they weren't even Muslim, but then even then you were like unwilling to denounce like the genocidal like proclivities of Hamas. So like, they should be provided with the opportunity to leave the country. If they refuse to leave, that's their fault. Yeah, okay, well, that's like, that's apartheid, dog. Is like leave or you don't get access to clean water like everyone else. Apartheid is literally treating people that are differently. And you said if they converted, then they could have access to utilities, which is very much like exactly like you're discriminating on the basis of religion, such that like, yeah, let's see what we can do. No, let's not do that. And so like, you would be very much opposed, I assume, to them treating like, or are very much opposed to the treatment of the Palestinians in the West Bank, which is, you know, awful, but it is like also apartheid. But like when it's like the group you identify with, it's terrible. When it's the other one, it's a winky face and a joke. So... yeah. Also, I thought you were done here. You know? But you're not. You, like, want to get one more word in. The saying I'm done here is, like, the entire purpose of that is to try and, like, drive, like, me to be like, oh, no! What will I done? I've alienated one viewer by giving my perspective when they asked for it. This is terrible. What should I do? And it's like, bro. I am... for me, like, being open about my views is something that is, like, important and valuable, even if it causes me to lose viewers. So, like, if you want to leave, you can. If you want to stay, you can, as long as you're not rude to other viewers. But, like, this, like, moral indignation, like... moral indignation when the any form of bigotry is like not swinging your way, and then like being like similarly like bigoted towards others is like the hypocrisy is very much oh shoot, I think we run out of money here. I don't think we could actually fight this. We might have to not fight the USA. That's kind of unfortunate. Or we actually just need to rake back a ton of construction just hyper-aggressively. Even though we've already, like, raked it back a lot. I think that'll do it. Like cutting it in half, but it's like really bad. Well, being in favor of borders is the worst thing you could say in, on the internet. Being in favor of borders? Wait, what? I have no idea what you're saying. Average American, I'd rather be anti-American than anti-Russian, yeah. Just this entire conversation is meaningless because you're a spineless liberal who doesn't believe in borders to begin with. Are you referring to the fact that I'm pro-freedom of movement? Even when it's inconvenient? Yeah, not sure how it makes it irrelevant. Ugh. The investment pool is growing at a really solid clip, so I guess we could just pause active construction, and maybe the investment pool can take over, because it does have a little bit to drain. But maybe we just wait. We absolutely cannot conscript in this conflict at all, though. And we also definitely want to put in war reparations and return state if we can. Probably revoke claim from the US on stuff. Texas is probably the most inconvenient because they can declare on 2 of our subjects. And I guess we would want to humiliate the US. Chile is also in this conflict, which means we could take states off of them and have them be like inconsequential. So maybe we want to take Santiago. I mean, we have to have an interest there. Wait, what the hell? Can we not take a state off our subject when they side against us? Oh wait, no, that's Peru, Bolivia wanting to take that. I think we're okay with this-ish. Displacing people on the ethnicity is literally ethnic cleansing. Yeah. Well, for the most part, I think. I think that's like a little bit... What people say when... The thing that cleansing invokes is like a very different like idea than just like forcing them to move, but also like, yeah, forcing them to move on the basis of their religion is, in my opinion, bigoted. Yeah. Tyrannical moderation, to be honest. I mean, Mahmoud, as long as he's not insulting other people, I don't think it's necessary to ban him. But I also don't hate the ban, because he was, like, talking about fucking people's mothers earlier. Do you just want secure borders and safe streets? By means of denying people, like, clean water. And, like, also, it's not, like, safe borders. They're already there. You're talking about, like, evicting them all, which is, like, different than not letting them in. Ooh, we need some more rigidity in our lives. Well, we can deck on people we don't share a border with, and that's, like, pretty comfortable, actually. And then eventually take them out. So let's go here. As we talk about this. Oh no, wait, the escalation needs to finish, but we gain rigidity every time we declare war, so... Calling for secure borders is one thing, calling for ethnic cleansing is another. If that was the case, why didn't he argue that instead of going all unsubbed? What could Generals Gaming possibly do to help secure his borders? Oh no. We're letting the people leave. We need migration controls. Freedom of movement is just a dog whistle for not giving a fuck about nationality, ancestry, or culture. Welcome to me being, like, a humanist, right? And thinking that all people have dignity and not just the people with whom I share a nationality with. That's like part of it, yeah. And also, it's not zero care. It's that the onus is on the state to provide a reason for denying entry if there's, like, a job available, and they want to move across and someone wants to hire them. If the state has a legitimate reason, then I don't have a problem with, like, it. If they don't, then, like... But it's not, the status quo is not closed borders. The status quo is freedom of movement. Also, I'm, like, not ambiguous or, like, dog whistling at all. Like... I'm saying, like, exactly what it is and what I mean. Coal mines throughput's kind of attractive. We're still holding out for a hero. The hero being, of course, the California Republic. I mean, the line of credit's growing pretty robustly right now. We have to make sure that we're really aggressively exporting wood if we're doing this wood push. So we're gonna send out more than we can currently, like, kind of make work. With the understanding that we're about to add a whole bunch more wood. Exporting wood to Russia feels bad, man. We need to all drive to the US border now to secure it. Real call to action. Drop everyone. Yeah. YouTube chat trying to bicker. Challenge impossible. Yeah, I mean, like... At this point, I'm a little worked up, but... Just a little bit. Maybe let's do that one. We sacrificed the guy to the volcano gods. Also, I'm like trying to play properly too, which is like... It's like, maybe not the easiest. We need to increase our rigidity as well, so we're just gonna declare war. I put him in 10-minute timeout. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I wouldn't want him permed. 10 minutes is maybe fine. And he can come back and be angry when he's back, I guess. Yeah, maybe actually I should just be more... Sweden becoming a subject. Sure. We'll get this Chinese army on the border with the USA, but it looks like we, like, well, we didn't necessarily raise armies, because the truth is that, the USA is going to conscript up a lot. Armenians in California? You don't say. There's a big Armenian community in California. The United States has the highest cost of renunciation of citizenship. That is a fun fact. I was not aware. I think citizenship is a different thing as well. Than, like, I don't think everyone should get free citizenship. I think that is more complicated. And there's, like, a lot of, like, practical issues with that. We will attend the Congress. Oh, that was like a civil war we like never helped out with. Maybe we lost our subject. No, we didn't. Okay, cool. Do we have a law we can pass too? Village interest super strong right now. I mean, we'd love to pass that, but we just can't get it through. We have a lot of temporary approval from endorsement from also the agrarian and Catholic Democrats, but that's not going to be enough to like get to like where we need it to be. We could try and push poor laws into something a little bit better. We unfortunately cannot do economic liberalization, which kind of sucks. We can do minor concessions again. Let's do that. That seems pretty free. I want him to rage past state atheism. I'm not a fan of like the state atheism idea either. It's just Mahmoud didn't stop yapping. Okay, we get your views. We don't agree with them. Let's move on. To some extent, I mean, I think people should. I don't know. He wasn't talking about that position anymore. He just like someone said hello to him and then he said "fuck your mother" or something like this. Because he thought he was someone else. But then like there's an asymmetry there. He like freaked out because he thought the guy was some guy who called for crusade in like a different chat, and then like when like talking about like taking over all of Israel, like that's like not like an inverse equivalent to him. The problem is that the entire world would move to America if they could, and that would be an unmediated disaster that would result in total erasure of everything this country once had. I don't think that's what would happen. I don't think so, that's how that would shake out. That's going to be an experiment that we don't get to conduct, though. So it's going to be like I think at a certain point, that's one of the reasons why I have the if they can find a job clause in there, which is like a concession to practicality. If someone wants to move to America but they can't find a job here, I don't think that they should necessarily everyone just be able to come. But if there is like an economic like job available for them that they want, an employer wants to hire them, I basically think there should be like zero friction for green cards. But that is something I had considered, that everyone would just like come across and that there would be no infrastructure to support the sudden influx of population. But if you had to find a job ahead of time, then that's a very different thing now, isn't it? Everything this country had was on the basis of people immigrating from all over the world. Yeah, there's also this. The historical thing. But he's talking about if everyone who could move to the United States, or if everyone who wanted to move to the United States was just teleported here, I think that would cause problems. But I also don't think people would instantly teleport. I also think that as the jobs got... To the extent that the jobs... Someone is going to get the job, right? And that the job's no longer going to be available... eventually it would there wouldn't be enough job openings to supply the people coming in. I'm not moving to the US. I'm pretty sure most people around me wouldn't, especially now. Migration should be legal, and with quota you can just import 1,000 people checking who they are and what they've done. Europe, we have this issue for 10 years now. Well, I think the government should be allowed to check. And I think there's reasons to deny people. Like if someone is a criminal, I think you should be able to deny them even if they, like, found a job, right? But I think the onus is on the government to find a reason, rather than, like, the onus being on the person who wants to move, finding a reason that they could come. Like, the burden of proof is on the government, more so, but they should still be allowed to check. That's a lie. They moved from one specific part of the world and everyone knows it. Well, they definitely moved from more than one specific part of the world. I think a little under 20% of the United States population is originally from Africa. If you're meaning to say they all came from Europe. And we're talking about the US population. There's also an enormous amount of, like, Asian Americans too, so, like... We're gonna have to pause construction. Or actually, we need to not finish those specifically. That actually is something we actively have to not do. Oh, we don't even have shift work yet? I thought we had shift work. Shoot. That means our, like, 50 stack uni is pretty stupid, huh? At the same time, we want to mainly go for society tech. I guess we'll do this for now, and then we'll come to, like, start picking up the art ones. Freaking front spaghetti, man. There's spaghetti on my spaghetti already. Immigration implies a road of obtaining citizenship, generalists. I do think that there should be a road to citizenship. I just don't think it should be easy. I think that the, like, minimum threshold is something like if you spent over half your life living in that country, working in that country, or going to school in that country, you should do it. Otherwise, you create literally apartheid of 1 or 2 groups being second-class citizenship. I don't think that lack of voting rights, which is what citizenship entails, really would qualify as apartheid. There's, like, to some extent, there's a 2-tier, like, system, but I think that if you just let everyone who entered the country, when you let anyone enter the country, as long as they don't have, a specific problem with them, I think you create, like, practical risks and issues. Like, for example, if a country wanted to send 10 million people, like let's say China wanted to send 10 million people to the US, and they dropped them all in swing states, then China could determine the outcome of US elections based on like having the citizens. So like, I don't think it should be frictionless to get citizenship as a matter of like national security. But I also think that functionally, the like when you're talking about like the rights part of it, that not everyone has like, I don't think voting is like a universal right in the same way I think that like movement is a like more universal right, if that makes sense. Like, I would even be a fan of a more qualified democracy if I thought that there was a version of that that actually worked or made sense. In the sense that, like, I think I would prefer that smarter people were making more of the decisions than just everyone. But the problem is that I think practically speaking that it's impossible for that to not lead to significant problems and corruption. Let's finish the Iron Mine though. We're kind of riding the lightning here. I'm not sure. We have 3 million left to buffer, so we got a little bit of time. And we could pause construction. We're actually in okay shape once we pause construction, so. Legal immigration is net positive and should be encouraged, especially in the era of demographics. Except the way our system works, you can get more rights than a normal citizen in states like California. I don't think that's like factually correct. I think that's just kind of like the line. I don't think anyone opposes legal immigration. It's about the illegal immigration. Yeah, I don't support illegal immigration, just to be clear. We'll send these guys over to deal with that. Like, I think whatever laws that exist should be enforced. California has some broader anti-poverty programs for the legal immigrants. I don't know about those specifically. You do not have an archaeologist. Fantastic. He will specialize pre-Columbian archaeology. Perfect. That's what we were working on. Just kind of quickly cruising through, trying to catch up on chat, honestly. And this war is kind of a little bit rough. You'll probably have to abolish birthright citizenship. Yeah, I'm not a fan of abolishing that. I think that that's stupid. So do you expect Europe and US to resolve global problems so that people can just stop migrating? How do we stop letting illegal immigrants? I mean, one of the things that is not done that would have enormous impact that there's no political will to do is to actually go after employers who are employing illegal migrants and make it so that there's more than just a slap on the wrist penalty for doing so. And they've never attacked the business side of the problem. And if it was like apocalyptically bad for you as a business to hire an illegal immigrant, which it should be, then they would not create this economic incentive, and also create this like this black market for labor where people can get paid less than minimum wage, which creates like a stratified like system. Although there are some other things I've proposed that would create stratification as well, so. I mean, we can't move back onto wealth voting. Maybe we just needed to, like, maybe we just needed wealth voting to begin with. I want to take a look and see if maybe we can try and get it through, but, like, there's too many people who oppose it. Like, especially the village interest is such a big portion. I mean, we could swing these guys, and then we'd be at 34%. Except we can't swing these guys. Yeah, we're just taking a look at how swayable people are. I don't even think that it's possible for us to net sway all these people. Or over 50% to get up over. So we just can't go laissez-faire. Yeah. Feels bad, man. Could we maybe go free trade though? Literally no one supports free trade. Okay, well, just kidding. Unified executive, when we did it before, just collapsed us. We could try for secularism. I don't think it's gonna fly though. Oh, I guess it will. Alright, fair enough. Birthright citizenship should be kept. American identity is always about being here, not being born. There's like, it also creates more problems. Like, you could decide stuff just solely just saying Quinine, but like, most like developed countries do have birthright citizenship. Let's withdraw. Let's not sacrifice another to the gods. The second Olympic Games coming in. I did not mistake him. He called for a crusade to Muslim countries. Well, I don't support that. It's, you can disagree with it without like talking about fucking his mother, eh? Right? How can American identity be ethnocultural? If it was, then you would include Americans of non-European stock as full American citizens. You could not include Americans of non-European stock as full Americans. Is this argument effectively just immigration reform towards freedom of movement? I don't think you're saying that they should just not watch the border. Yeah, I'm not suggesting that they just don't watch the border and they let in people who have like a criminal history. I'm saying that the burden is not the burden of proof as to whether or not someone should enter changes, and the onus is instead put on the state. Rather than the person seeking asylum or entry. Oh, we didn't have enough synergy was our problem. Yikes. Minus mill to goods cost is actually probably really useful for us right now. Oh my god, I'm so behind on chat. I'm trying to figure this out though with the cabinet. Maybe we just have to be okay with that level. Our cabinet's just generally not very cohesive. Maybe that's okay. We don't want to fill this spot because we don't like what they do to our foreign affairs, eh? The numbers do not support you whatsoever, generalists. African Americans were imported and represented a small percent of the population after the trade was abolished. Asians never rose above 5%. So, African Americans consisting of, I think it's close to 20%. Asians still not being above 5%. But like, if you look at the percentage of America that's non-white, I believe it's over a third. So, like, a third is a substantive proportion of a population. And if you don't think so, then, like, okay. America has no spirituality, that's the biggest issue. Yeah, we have separation of church and state. There are clear ethno-cultural splits within Latin American country. Pure Criollos still to this day tend to be social elite in Latin America. Hey, we win another Olympics. Shout out. Minerals everywhere. Yeah, I think we'll take we'll risky to get the bisky. Good for us. I think we're gonna succeed in that landing too, there. Something like this. And then you need a railway, my friend. Can we focus on the game? I guess not. I'm trying to do both. It's definitely a little bit of a difficult one. You guys are chatting real fast. No one cares about the game? A lot of people care about the game. There are already significant problems and corruption in our current system because oligarchs choose who the idiotic population votes for. Yeah, that's like a separate issue from immigration, man. Saying we have an oligarchy problem and that like the way to solve that is to not let people immigrate. The stupid people are already here too, man. Yeah, we can pause construction at any time and just like run an even balance for at least a while. We'll gain a danger. I think we're fine with that. Assigning seats to Congress by lottery similar to jury would lead to better outcomes than the current system. I think that's possible, but I think assigning... You would never want to do that with the executive. If you, like, hyper low roll, like, into the executive branch, I think that'd be really bad. We could come to America and turn it Muslim. Yeah, and there's nothing you could do about it. So, earlier, you were getting upset with him talking about something related to Crusade, and talking about coming to a country and turning everyone Muslim is, like... the exact same thing, but in reverse. So, yeah. Like, I don't know. If you can't see, like, how your position is just, like, the hypocrisy in it, then I don't know what to do. Mesopotamian. I think we can pivot to being Mesopotamian oriented. That'll be simple enough, huh? I think we're already damaging relations here, so that we can just full annex them. Experts should still advise citizens sublease as well, so if we're happy with juries, we should be happy with some dictating policy. Yeah, I think it's possible. I'd have to think that through more, though. That's like a pretty dramatic change. I think the reason why it sounds good right now is because I have a very significant problem with our current, like, legislature. But I could imagine a scenario where I would prefer the results of elected officials if money was not so involved in politics. And so maybe the answer is pulling the money out of politics rather than randomly assigning people to the legislature. Do you have sentiment that religion has served its purpose and is now more damaging than beneficial? I think it's net neutral. This is when you commented earlier in the week and you asked like what I thought about stuff in regards to morality, I think that religion is kind of net neutral. I think that You could probably attribute some good to it. You could probably attribute some bad to it. On the morality question, I think that people are going to be tribal and find different axes upon which to be tribal other than religion if religion isn't present. So I don't think religion creates tribalism out of nowhere. I think the tribalism is more inherent in our nature. I do think that a lot of communities organize around religion, and that community organization is probably a good thing. But I would attribute that to the community organization rather more so than the religion itself. I definitely think that it's not that religion is entirely net neutral, but on like all factors, I think it just ends up kind of being closer to a wash. But more importantly, even if it wasn't a wash, I think that people should be allowed to be religious, even if I thought it was bad. And even if I thought it was good, I think people should be allowed to be not religious. And the more significant thing to me is the freedom, rather than like the particulars of like which one's better or not. We landed in America. Moderation is not about knee-jerk reaction. It's about setting boundaries and providing clear notification with something scrawled through those lines. Yeah, in general, I'm like not that like band happy, but also like a lot of people are here to actually watch Victoria 3 that aren't chatting as much. So like it's frustrating if we run the same tangent 3 days in 1 week period. You know what I mean? And at a certain point, I just probably have to do something about it. You know. Say fossils because we don't have that much danger currently. Sure, we'll dispatch an embassy to Egypt. We have to upgrade the size of our zoo, so I think we start getting more aggressive about buying animals from other people. The problem is, of course, we're like out of money. Let's move these guys over. Try and keep this more secured because we see the 48 stack coming in, and we do want to actually enforce on them. They want to do foreign investment rights. We're going to decline for now with Egypt. The boop. Thank you, Slethrino, for the follow. Big nice. It doesn't seriously matter what atheists think. Secular ideology will die within 150 years because they won't reproduce. I don't know about that. China's relatively secular. China's like kind of... I don't know if you've watched the news recently. China's kind of a big deal. If you're talking about global... on a global scale. We're just going to put in a couple of those because we know that will cause an engine shortage if we do all of them. And it won't be like net positive for the economy. We'll say in France every year, all the time. Hey, seriously, tell me when to convert to rail and electricity. I'm choosing the wrong entry points. You kind of convert immediately, but it's really painful when you convert. Like, there's a lagging effect of it being positive. You convert places closer to home earlier. If you go over after employers that employ illegal immigrants, you will end up with a lot of homeless and jobless illegal immigrants with no path to life. Yeah, so this is probably an outcome. And also, if the conditions here are worse than they are wherever they're coming from, they will not come in as large numbers. Like, it solves, like, there's an equilibrium of quality of life, where the quality of the life in the United States is better than where they're coming from, and then they come here. And then there's an equilibrium where it's like not the case. But also, if you want it to be tied to jobs, whether or not you have a job available, and you want to actually like be aggressive about being freedom of movement, then you can't allow people to hire for super cheap. You can't. The idea is that the people here should be paid like a living wage. That's the entire essence of minimum wage. And allowing people to be paid for less is subversive to that entire endeavor, which would mean massive amounts of crime. Yeah, I mean, like, frictionally implementing that might be painful. I don't know what the answer to that is. But if you actually want to decrease illegal immigration, right? If this is your actual goal, then you need to go after the employers, and then yeah, it will decrease the quality of life here for people who are here illegally, which will make less people come here illegally. But I also think that people should be able to come here legally. Saying fool isn't that bad. I kind of agree, but I think that he like just got. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have timed him out, but I also don't hate it. Just like a little more lenient, but I'm also super far behind in chat, so like I'm trying to catch up too, and like people are getting aggressive and stuff. I don't know. Chat has some racist moderators. Fine Crisis, you're just like... just literally 100% negative, man. I don't know where you get off on this. Because it's not a matter of you, like... It doesn't... Yeah, well, yeah. We'll get a full enforcement. That he's getting timed out has nothing to do with the fact that he's Muslim. Looks like something paused our construction, but that's kind of okay. We're really at the cusp of stuff. I don't think, yeah, danger kills us. So we'll just take the rare minerals, and then this ends the thing. And then we gain academic progress, knowledge, rare minerals. Congo Oriental gets the thing where we can build a volcano observatory, I think. Or not? I guess not. But, like, yeah, Fine Crisis, I kind of think you're just trolling as well. A little bit. If I knew people like Mahmoud IRL, I'd probably be Islamophobic. It's important to, like, not, like, generalize experiences you have with people to entire populations in a general sense. Let's do this. Looks like we're gonna dip... Oh, we've already dipped below in rigidity, which is actually bad for us. We need to start another war, or we could just increase rigidity through one of these things. Or can we not? Oh, we can only stage political debate, which decreases rigidity. That's so cool. Once you're in low rigidity, you can't use the rigidity. You can't increase rigidity. That's neat. I think we can just declare another war, though. Which is maybe not the most satisfying way of solving it, but... Because we kind of want to get our guys demobilized. I guess we can manually demobilize guys and declare another war. Not sure where we want it. I guess this is probably it. I think that declaration increases our rigidity, right? Or it doesn't. It didn't. That's a problem for us because it gives us negative, like, throughput. It's a really bad modifier. I mean, it lets us pass laws that we wouldn't otherwise be able to pass, and laws pass real quick. Maybe it's possible for us to pass for the laissez-faire. They want to conquer our capital. God damn it. This might be the run dying here. Okay. Let's think. We could try and get defensive pacts here. The problem is that we're, like, out of money. Also, it's silly that you can just stall on the request and then do this, but... Oh, we shouldn't have accepted our alliance with... Because we can't get a defensive pact with Austria. Unless we get an obligation. I guess an obligation's fine. Oh my god. We've been, like, doing poorly on the front because... reasons. Alright, I think we move this guy back. And we have a bunch of people swayable for a variety of reasons. Return state, I think we return Rhineland. And probably war reparations. Fight crisis is just being a troll. Political conversation is like a complete boner killer and not the content advertised. Thank you for the feedback. Yeah. Switch to rain, perma-abandonment, end this already. No, I mean, he said he was hate watching and he's just trying to provoke a response and, yeah, for the most part, troll. I don't know. I don't think he's, like, actually trying to argue. But we'll be trying to sway in Austria, Egypt, Spain, and kind of the whole bag of guys. Maybe we have to move another guy here, actually. He's already, like, there-ish. He's thereabouts. Thing is, we can't let that get too close to, like, full escalation without actually... Oh, wait, we can raise this army. We're not gonna... The problem is we can't afford this. Maybe they back down. Probably not. You don't want our capitalists building not in our country right now. Or not buying the buildings that we're producing. It's unfortunate the investment pool is actually growing right now, actually. Rather than draining completely. Because we need to, at this point, we need to add construction. Or maybe we actually want to give out, take investment rights from people. For, like, kind of that reason. I mean, we can build in all of our subjects. The Q's just doesn't like it. To be fair, we could end this USA war kind of any time. Well, we could really end it any time. Diplopacts, probably not, just call ally. It's fine. I don't think we want Liberate Westphalia, so we'll just call ally them as well. We'll add these guys up here. We need to add another ship. I think we're gonna go for some of the Russian states on the east here, or in the east, up here, in Siberia and such. Something like this. I'm just gonna skim through. Is it Jover? Maybe. I'm Yaviv from YouTube, just subbing here for support. Thank you so very much. What's the reason behind capitalists or aristocrats building new stuff instead of buying things that I already have privatized? Is there, if there's like $1 million in the pool? They will do both, like no matter what. They won't necessarily, like they'll prioritize purchasing things, but they like, it has to like clear through them actually building stuff too. So they'll only make the decision when there's room available in private construction. If you have literally no private construction, you actually won't get any investment whatsoever. Which is a little bit interesting. Liberate country. Liberate Pomerania. It's kind of cute. We need to see how many maneuvers we have remaining. 70. I think we go for Prussian and Russian war reparations. And we go for a return North Rhine as well. And then now I guess we can sway in someone. Saxony being the biggest. Oh, we can't do Liberate. Liberate Krakow, what the hell? They're on our side, are they not? Leaf Power Block only costs 10, so we'll have a little bit of maneuvers left over. And then maybe we can increase subject payments on some of these guys. Oh, they're all disloyal. Shoot, because we annexed someone. That's right. Oh, major stress test with us here. Bavaria sides against us. That kind of sucks, I think. I think we go after Primorier. Actually, probably whichever one has most gold. 5 gold fields. And the other one has none, so probably Primorier. I'm not sure which one's best in the abstract. We're going to swap over now that we have triple mandate to advanced research 3. What's this about? Oh, okay, we need to appoint more guys. Law enforcement, what can we do? Like no synergy, regional. Oh, this is bad. Just fired a bunch of our cabinet. We're doing this mainly on the basis of synergy right now, but it's not looking like it's going so well. Foreign affairs, I think we don't want to. Do we have flexible foreign policy currently? We do, so I don't think, if we appoint this guy, I don't think it changes our guys. I'm pretty sure. We're gonna save first just in case. In case it accidentally changes our laws. Do you consider yourself a small government advocate? No, but I think that there are particular things that the government just shouldn't get involved in. I think I'm polarized on how involved the government should get in various things. Yeah, so this is what we didn't want. We didn't want to get jingoism. Even though those guys support jingoism and the other one equally, that still enforce jingoism on us. But this is kind of annoying. They keep using construction pool instead of privatizing. Yeah, but once they finish a building, they will think again. And so you just have to churn through more buildings is kind of like the thing to some extent. They only buy certain things. Yeah, they also have to fulfill certain conditions. I was playing Mega Germany with the Hegemon achievement and a 10 million investment pool and around 1,200 buildings that could be privatized. You probably just need more construction to churn through the queue faster. If you have a lot more construction, you'll get a lot more churn. So, like, every time you're able to build a building, the game thinks about it, right? And so... Oh, Jesus. Did passing that law, is that what cucked us super hard? Oh, minor concessions decreased our rigidity. Is that what happened? I mean, our rigidity would be real low. Was that not even what we just passed just now? No, we passed the other thing. Shoot, I don't know if we can... I think we have to get rid of these guys. We're doing this because the armies that are already mobilized are going to stay mobilized. Otherwise... Hopefully this is going through correctly. It is. Okay, cool. To be fair, I had 55 million peasants, so I didn't mind them building with my 5k construction, but still. Yeah, if you, like, doubled construction, it'd probably clean it out a little bit better. At a certain point, you finally reach the part where rigidity might actually be good. No, it's good to be between 33 and 66, right? If it's extremely high, though, it, like, empowers, like, the other interests more. I've not always thought rigidity was bad. I've been trying to keep it between 33 and 66, just this is the first time that we've had to deal with it being under. What do you think about set theory as a foundation of math for someone with a background in philosophy? I am less mathematically oriented in my approach philosophically. Like, I'm not an analytic philosophy, so it's going to be wildly different. But I think that categorization is like a foundation for metaphysics. Or I think that categories are not discrete in the way that categorical logic requires. And so I think that as a I would probably not be a fan of set theory. I don't know set theory well enough to really like comment extensively on it, but I think that one of the problems with more analytic branches of philosophy is that they think categories are discrete entities, and as such they construct their metaphysics or their theories about what type of knowledge is possible around them. And they think that it's possible to have a God's eye view of reality where you describe reality in like a one-to-one type of way with propositions, which are like statements about the world. And I think that that's not possible because I don't think categories are discrete and you can't properly... I think categories are a little bit fuzzy. If that makes sense. Oh, drat. We can't return Bavarian Rhineland too. Tragic. But we'll go after Primorier. I think we'll move these guys all the way over here, along with the boats. We'll use those guys to land, and then we'll move these guys, not those guys, these guys over here. Oh, they're trying to do a naval invasion right now. Never mind, just kidding. Keep you doing you. As long as no one dies there. Stay in Twitch chat, we're more normal here, I think. Yeah, well, there's less of you guys. Do you think you ever make, something to use Twitch points for? Yes. At a certain point. Having a TTS redeem could be good for catching up with chat. Yeah, I need to revisit that. Like, there's a lot of systems on my, like, content creation side that just, like, can be a lot better. Like, I need to put the Sad Thursday Generalist, on the thing as well. Let's move these guys to here. Depending on how undefended this ends up being. Looks not very well defended, so... Although maybe we should try and enforce out them one at a time. We'll sponsor another balloonist. Research speed, aka ramming speed. I'm hoping this getting above the threshold kind of saves us a little bit here. Otherwise we're in big trouble. I don't think we could ramp down enough stuff to like avert bankruptcy here with our current situation. The thing we'd have to be able to do is unincorporate states. We would maybe release Adwa or Agra as like an approach. Kind of amusing, but we have 1 million of buffer. To be fair, we only have I wonder if it's 33 or 33.3. It actually matters here. Oh no, wait, no, it's gonna be 34 next month. So we're gonna go for enforcing them on one at a time. I think that this is the capital. Yeah. So we're gonna try and enforce on... Actually, well... That's the incorporated state of Russia, so that should actually get us the enforcement on Russia as well. You can increase tithes on your subjects. Yeah, they're already pissed though. I mean, I guess we could just raise subject payments anyways. We could stop paying for so much Morgenroete stuff as well. It's kind of a drop in the bucket, though. Their economies are not very big. Oh, this didn't fix it. Wait, our rigidity went up by a ton. But our cabinet didn't get fixed. We can't appoint in this one. Why is our cabinet so bad? It was so good for so long. I don't know what gives. Is there like one cabinet position that's just fucking it all up? We have mostly paternal conservatives. Oh, we just need to get above 60%, I think. We could try saving and resetting the cabinet, I guess. Like, we 100% can't be suffering this, like, tax malice and stuff. We're just, like, really, really struggling. I'm trying to catch up. How are you not going bankrupt into wars, going into so much debt? We're about to go bankrupt. That's why we're, like, trying to figure this out. Do we have laissez-faire? No, we don't. We are going to bankrupt. Never told us how old you are. I'm 32. Kingdom of Poland. I like how easy it is to block, for France to block Great Britain from getting Kenya. Yeah, if you only colonize Kenya specifically as France, this is probably the ideal opening. Set theory is not category theory. In a set theory, most fundamental aspect is the number 0 usually being defined as an empty set, then 1 containing the empty set. So 0 and 2 is the set containing 1, and so on. You can then construct integer rationals with some sort of effort the reals from all sets. I still probably would just like generally lean against set theory would be my guess without knowing it better. Why don't you check my names start? Why do your names both start with G? Yep. Alright, so let's reset the cabinet. We saved. We're gonna reset. Oh, this is perfectly synergistic. Well, the best cabinet is no cabinet. Haiti stops paying, man. No. No. Not like this. Alright, close with generous 25k per thing. I think it's time to tax clothes, everyone. The dark times indeed. We also now have way too much bureaucratic stuff. Oh, somehow this got decreased is probably what's dicking us so hard, these two. I don't know how those institutions got decreased. Did we decrease them? Probably. Moderate liberals. Economic affairs, we'll give them 1. And then market liberals will give a little bit of power. We're still above 90. Okay. We should be able to lose at that rate and stay alive. I noticed that not raising subject payments is better than doing it because it lets countries grow in their economy faster, which in turn will give you better payments. Tried twice as France. Yeah, short term it's probably better to raise subject payments. It's also a free money modifier for you. I don't really know, but like for here it's like not that big a deal versus like what might be a headache for us like later. Russell defined number as the set of all sets containing the number of elements, which I also think is interesting. So number 3 would be all sets of triplets. Might have been, there's some circular reasoning going on. I would more likely appeal to Wittgenstein than Russell, just as a general heuristic. We're not going to give military assistance to anyone. That's going to be really expensive for us. Why is this? Why can we now increase this all the way up to 4? I'm so confused. And this up to this. What determines what level we can increase these things to? What law did we just pass? Is that because we dropped below that certain threshold that we lost that? Because we went into not being very rigid? Well, once those come through, we'll be like smooth sailing. Or is it the research we just finished? What research did we just finish? The thing that gave us throughput. Is that determined by... Yeah, let's do that because we're already finished it. I think the additional... Is it determined in part by the number of like academics we have, or is it determined by the fact that we... I feel like either the fact that we have the level 50 thing in Suzhou in terms of government administrations, or the fact that we have a level 50 uni is what informed us being able to do that based on getting the other thing. We have a lot of stuff, so we're going to incorporate a little bit more aggressively here. Trying to focus on states we know have decent resources. Poor Austria is getting the business, huh? Let's double check that all we want on Russia's war reparations and Primoria. It is, so that means that singular landing should be pretty good. Look at all this. They're using an obligation. That kind of sucks. Our investment pool we wanted to drain out anyways, though, so I guess we'll buy some Austrian buildings. We could always nationalize them after. No military assistance for you. Let's check up on California. The fact that we've floated a company slot for like a decade is actually just really bad. Yeah, we'll return the migration edict to California at some point. I wish there was a way you could encourage there being more financial districts in a particular place. This is not the war we wanted. There's an event where one of your options reduces policing, and I saw you click that. Maybe it reduced all of those, which would have been bad. Your politicians need some blue pills, General. They're losing their rigidity too often, basically. Why is Transvaal still alive? They're our subject. Let's get some modern physics. And check and see if we made ourselves sad. Krieg is getting better. Yeah. Yeah, we do not need a particular type of scientist, so that's kind of what we wanted. Let's also examine the expedition. I think this guy's... he does this infinitely. I'm not sure we can cancel it. That's kind of weird. This seems to be causing problems for us. Prospect ore. Gonna go for gold mines. I guess improve explosives in Alsace-Lorraine. We could do this, but it would cost quite a pretty penny. Let's leave it for now, eh? By the way, is there any negative to accepting foreign military assistance? Like I was playing France and literally had the strongest military, but Russia wanted to give assistance. No, there's not really a disadvantage. You give them a lot more leverage. The leverage, I guess, is the disadvantage if you don't want to give out leverage, is my understanding. Is it better to have the states Orania and Transvaal personally? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We got them as a subject for free, though, so... net is not that bad. We just have to decrease their autonomy and stuff. We were like busy doing other stuff with our infamy. I forget exactly what. Oh yeah, we took like Suzhou in California earlier for like reasons related to companies that we like have yet to like actualize, which is kind of a little bit annoying. Oh, are we in default? We are in default. Shoot. How do we solve this? In default. I mean, we're gonna acquire states when this finishes, so it could be the fact that we need to hold on until we get states, but yeah, there's still some conscripts that are kind of raised incidentally. This isn't gonna pull us out from default, I don't think. That's like so close to nothing. Just too focused on other things. Is that more than transportation? It's basically the same. I guess raising subject payments is kind of one of the few things we haven't really done that we could do. Oh, we can't raise anyone's subject payments who's disloyal. It's not even worth the... Oh, I think we just have to like stand down portions of our army and somehow still win this. It's like the only way. Oh, this is so rough. David Judge wins over him not being dead. I'm more a fan of Wittgenstein than Russell. Do they nerf bankroll? Yes, they nerf bankroll super hard. But this is really rough. Why are they disloyal? Because we annexed Bolivia. We annexed Bolivia. We kind of just had a bunch of stuff. Still in the case, Mahmoud. Very disciplined, I guess. Still here. Not renouncing any specific event. Still the case today. Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe we just try and win the war as fast as possible, but I have the feeling we actually need to downsize army, like, very significantly. As a means of trying to do this. I guess we get to like rebalance our army while we do that, but yeah, I don't think we can export that very well. I think we had a big trade route for coal with them. Ugh, this is so ugly, man. Like, we're still not positive, but we're just, like, trying to... This landing doesn't come in. Is Russia defending coast? No, it's not, so maybe we enforce on Russia first? Or attempt to? Where are these guys? They're just stationed. We're gonna demobilize them. I'm gonna send these guys over here. We have everything we need from Russia, though. We don't actually need to land their capital. So we could maybe demobilize these guys. I actually have no idea how we avoid a bankruptcy here. I'm not sure we can. We could delete all of our construction. Are we winning? No, we're getting crushed. Turkish mashallah, basically. Ugh. Stupid welfare payments, man. I guess we don't need the excavation license from Egypt or Mexico. Construction goods account for so little. It's just so much is in government buildings and wages. I mean, I guess that's gonna reduce the price of paper too. Again, the problem is we're eating a bigger and bigger throughput penalty. But also when we enforce on Prussia, we will get stuff back. They don't move stuff back there. Conquer Saxony's in there. Shout out to Saxony, you're gonna get wrecked, son. Yummy, human fossils. Our favorite. Where do we have bad PMs though? Trying to think of what we conquered where we would have inferior PMs. That we have mixed anyways, so we're not touch that. I mean, I don't think we could PM swap our way out of this. Yeah, we should have had more buffer. Shoot. Yeah, I don't think we're PM swapping out of this. We should have had more administrative buffer. I mean, once these tick up, that'll be really good for us because MAPI increases, but I don't know if they're too slow. Decreasing suffrage actually probably would help us to pass some of the laws we want. Oh my god. So good. Saxony gets conquered. Not like this. Yeah, we're 1 million off. Oh, we're not going to enforce anytime soon. When are we getting Jewish Japan? Maybe next week? I don't know. Downgrade Uni PM? That's a good call. It's like one of the areas we haven't like scraped the bottom of yet. I mean, the problem is government administrations are more expensive than mod, and we can't like... Oh, we could stop doing this. Just kidding. That really doesn't help as much as we would like. Yeah, it's unavoidable, I think, at this point. Dodged a bullet with that. Based Armenia. He's never gonna play Jewish Japan. Not like this. Are you still bankrolling Spain? Yeah, but we can't stop. Trying to... Like, we already, like, kind of don't have enough military to win this war. I mean, we could delete all of our boats. It's... I don't know if that's enough, though. Can we get a better interest payment somehow? How do we reach these kids? I think these guys, do they want multiculturalism? Ugh. Bulgarians rise up in chat. God, I wish we didn't delete those government administrations now. I mean, I guess we could try and roll back as much, improve explosives, find gold, expand medical system, and whatever is in California. We actually can't stop doing this. I think it's bugged. Or we could just choose expressionism. Cool. Unlocks a PM for the Opera House. Oh, we've been using shit PMs in there. Sure. Break evenish now, but that's not good enough. I don't think the buildings our auto queue is constructing is a large enough volume to overcome the increasing throughput malus. Oh. Not gonna get baited. Based answer. We've discussed politics too much today. I think Valestin is the Bulgarian nationalist guy, right? You already answered my question. Don't you dare call yourself a Muslims in presence. Is Murtad a slur, Tarkus? Because Mahmoud has already been really aggressive with people in chat the entire time. How come whenever I come to channel, someone wants to fight with me? To be fair, I think the other guy implied that he had come from your channel initially, so I suspect you possibly brought him with you. Thanks for all the bones. Sure. That's such a, like, cheap, like, cost. And we're trying to click on this to stop doing it, but we can't. So it's a slur if you're Muslim. Got it. Bulgaria is a Turkish territory, so in a way, yes. Oh man, I think we could try and win this war and then bankrupt. I think that's the strategy here. I think that's the only way. Unless we have a sudden influx of, like, a ton of money. We're just outside, like, the credit line we need to be, but, like, we've, like, exhausted every, like, kind of resource that we have available. I mean, we could delete more. We could delete all the unis, basically. And maybe there's a God, we were just like too focused on chat, man. Like when the war with the USA started, we needed to play a lot tighter then. Now it's just like Jover. There's like no way for us to like rake back a whole bunch of like authority and like get a lot more money somehow. Like everything's just completely exhausted. The getting rid of the manufacturing industries will like net hurt our economy. The only way is like us acquiring a bunch of buildings somewhere. That increases our credit line. Yeah, it's now up to 2 million. It's gonna get worse and worse as the throughput decreases. Do we have everything we need to enforce on them? We don't have enough for North Rhine. Maybe we ignore this. We just need to push that. Well, it's too harsh on banning Mahmoud. Apologies, but he was being rude, abusive, disruptive for the third time. Yeah, no, I was fine with that. He was polite when the conversation was centered around something he wanted to talk about, and then he started getting really rude when we kind of talked about wanting to move on from that. And various people in chat wanted to focus more on the game than the line of discussion. I guess we could maybe use our company slot to try and do something. This would give us minus loan interest rate if it got prosperity. So would this. Russia, was that Russia in default? I guess that's good for us. We're gonna bring this guy back and have him land over here. We've already occupied the Russian territories we need in order to win versus Russia, specifically. We don't need that. And Russia will never, like, reoccupy them because they're dum-dums. We need specifically North Rhine. Well, I don't think we could just lose a bunch of mobilization options to try and make up money. No, we're just like, we've made our bed, now we have to eat it. I guess I'd be more preferred to like a 24-hour ban, but are we gonna go bankrupt? We probably are. So you're saying that Islam ruined the playthrough? That is not what I'm saying. Called me apostate, which is of course an instantaneous ban. Yeah, basically. Except not really. Just check out might cut expenses. There's no fat for us to cut. We're paying for literally just the government administrations. And I mean, I guess when these come through, when these decreases come through, we'll be in better shape. But there's like, or when one of these increases comes through that improves our economy. But oh, we can stop incorporating states. We can stop incorporating stuff. We can't unincorporate stuff, but we can stop. I don't want to stop from incorporating Rift Valley, though. We'll fall on our sword on that one. Gold Rush, definitely it's all mine. That helped out a little bit. I mean, maybe once our institutions decrease, we'll have a chance at it, but like our economy is just collapsing. It's like super free fallish right now. We're down to only 1 million off, but oh, maybe if we did that, like the stopping incorporation, maybe if we did that a little while back, it would have worked. How far is Russia from war support? Their war support's still too high. Austria's gonna get wrecked soon, too. What is this? Russian-American company. Oh, those guys are bankrupt. Got it. Oh, it's just like so close to not being there. Any gold mines? We got a few, but it's not. We're just like super edge over on this and fell on our sword. We deserve the end. You just disband your entire army after the war? We could do that. I think that's probably it. Oh, Mercury. That just seems like it's one of Muhammad's alts, so we're just gonna ban that. Circumventing a ban. Tisk. Looks like Gene's already on it. Or someone already banned him. Oh no, wait, or they didn't. Can't have nice things, I guess. The desire to like go out of your way just to make an account, just to like troll. It's like some people just need better things to do with their time. That's not good for us. That's real bad. I don't think there's a scenario where they capitulate here. We have everyone on the front. Is anyone not on the front? Yeah, we'll stop these guys from pushing, I guess. If he comes up back with an obvious ult, just ban him again. When will we do an infamy rework? Commentary on an infamy rework? I mean, I think infamy should be reworked. I'm not responsible for that, though. Maybe we can white piece out of this. Kind of cute. That's such a big throughput penalty. Well, the troubling thing is we need freaking Russia to give it up faster. Maybe we could do this. Oh, they're in the Caucasus already? Jesus. Oh, now our rigidity is going to decrease. No. Does that break our cabinet? I'm going up? No, it doesn't. These are about to finish decreasing, though, so that's something. The rigidity does break our cabinet, and the... Look at this, dudes. When will you send your resume to Paradox and become the lead designer of the freight rework? Freight rework, actually, best idea ever. I think that, like, there's definitely, like, some work to be done on it, but I still think the underlying principle, like, operates within what they're doing. At this point, they probably... Oh, they're close to white piecing, but the problem is like we have like super uber negative throughput now because the rigidity. All right, synergy's up a little bit. There we go. Alright, synergy's maxed out. Not losing quite as much. Those guys be in the Poland HQ. So we'll do that instead. Spain's out. Not like this. Oh, we also needed to swap who's in government. Oh, we have an imposing idiot. And then let's send this guy, not over here, but we just need to get him off the front. We'll do the classic exploit Russia landing. Good to see that people are still digging, though. Sure. Oh, we're gonna fall, so I think we do have to declare bankruptcy. We're just trying to get an outcome to this war that's, like, reasonable for us. Before that happens. Like a white piece. Except we're losing ground pretty fast here. Put everyone on defend front. Losing the capital, I think, is a run killer. Although, to be fair, we're far past when we were planning on playing today, so maybe this is just the pure taste of defeat. We couldn't win with culture. If we lose capital, I think we resign here. That's like too big a loss to eat. They pay better than YouTube. They would definitely pay better than YouTube. Oh, this truth hurts. Bro just did a mega haram. Going white is way too important for backward nation. I think I have to self-exile. No, you're fine. You're fine. The moment you came into chat was already unhinged. Chat was like, we've had some dark times in chat. I don't know. I'm frustrated with the way things are going because I like to let people express views, but also like people are like, I guess some people should be able to express views. I don't know. I think the issue is you have a lot more costs in Morgenroete than you have in Vanilla, so that played a role too. Yeah, this is 100% it. But like, if I was paying closer attention, like when we were handling this, I was trying to catch up with chat and do other types of things, and so like, I think we could white peace, but yeah, we just have to enforce out Russia. We can enforce Russia can be enforced below 0 as well. But the question is, how fast do they push us into Alsace-Lorraine? I don't know the answer to this. If the penalty, we already have minus 50% everything, so is the penalty? No, the penalty is minus 75%. So we need to just stay on it. This is not as big a penalty, but yeah, the offense-defense penalty is just too big, I think. Yeah, that's us losing Alsace-Lorraine. That's the run. Oh, now you want an alliance. Suck it. Ugh. I was like, the people deserve a voice, but then a few more days of them having a voice. But the people are idiots, yeah. That's not the direct quote, but yeah, exactly. How law dissent's the best law. It's not that, like, I mean, I'm fine with, like, people being negative. But, like, Mahmoud, like, when people, like, called him out on him being inconsistent, he just, like, would go absolutely bananas and just, like, not have civil discussion. So if people aren't going to be civil, then I have a problem with that. If he just calmly kept insisting that, like, Islam was the best, we'd be fine with that. Oh, we have a save somewhere. I guess we're doing one of 3 things here. Because they will not accept a white piece now under any circumstances. There's no way we can pull it back. We could either... We have a save somewhere that's probably a few years back. I think we're leaning towards calling it a session and calling it a run. With the defeat taken down by chat. Also, like Morgan wrote, the institutions also in particular were really painful. We should have been more aggressive about reducing these earlier. To be fair, how long do we have on the reduction? When all of these decrease, we'll have a much better budget. But the problem is we're just at the problem is we're just getting enforced on. Actually, there's like nothing we can do from here. We can't prevent this enforcement. You also have like, a lot of tax waste. Yeah. I mean, like the people we have tax waste over here where we don't have a lot going on, which is like not like the worst. Have a little debt. Yeah, thanks. Has a journalist has an active right of assembly in the chat, but should add censorship, maybe. Exile's on the table, but open discussion allowed. We want to have protected speech, but he's slowly learning to love outlawed dissent. I mean, I definitely allow people. I mean, I allowed both Mahmoud and like the other guy. I don't know if the other guy got timed out to like talk negatively about me. I don't really care. Guy was like saying he hate watches me and like talking shit. I think he called me a liberal cuck or something like that. It's like kind of whatever. But that doesn't make it so I can't. I have to worry about the VOD getting taken down. Secret police too good. You refused to admit they rotated the map, so his reaction was kind of reasonable. That's true. That's true. I refuse to admit that Jesus was actually born in Germany. That was my first mistake. I mean, the run is just hyper dead if we lose our capital. Like, the of our GDP, which is now collapsed completely because minus 50% throughput is a bitch. Of that, I guess maybe we could play without our capital. God, it's so fucking embarrassing. They probably took all our books, too. They probably took all of our books. Oh, we still have a great library. Hey, watching is still watching? Yeah, but it's, like, so weird, dude. I don't know. Like, I don't get people like that. But like the other guy was just trying to provoke responses from me, which is like kind of like whatever. I mean, it's still engagement. On the lifting channel, I almost get mono negative comments. Like 80% of them are negative, so I'm really used to it. The other guy got a 10-minute ban and never came back. Yeah, he might be here. He's just focusing on his game. He said he was like just playing Victoria 3 and had it on in the background. But, I don't know. In general, I kind of, yeah, I don't know. Usually I don't have to deal with bullshit in chat. So, maybe I have to change how I look at things. I also really don't want heavy-handed moderation. I don't know. It's like... I know we're losing this war, though. So maybe we call it a run in a day. The tragedy. There's just, like, no way back from it. Bro, Jesus, carpenter from Pennsylvania. That's true. I think the Spears are saying the run is Jover. I think it is right. Comeback story, loses capital, goes crazy. Yeah, but the game goes so slow now at this point. It's to play. Well, I guess we have like 50 years and we can reclaim the capital. Maybe it does go crazy, but I'm not sure we want to play this deep with Morgenroete. It's already slowing things down. I was hoping to get deeper into some of these Morgenroete mechanics. Maybe we just... Bro, maybe we just cheat. The thing is, we 100% deserve to lose this war, so it's like, I don't mind, like, swapping sides and, like, capitulating or whatever, like, if I think it's stupid, but, like, this isn't stupid. We just, like, got clapped. To some extent, we're not used to Morgenroete balance as well. You disappointed in the bellicose chatters? I mean, a little bit. I mean, even if we swapped sides and capitulated, right, we would still have to eat a lot of, like, having to bankrupt is still really bad. I'm not sure we would have to bankrupt. We could take a look at what it would look like. Because if the two states have enough industry that they have enough credit limit that we wouldn't have to bankrupt, then we wouldn't have to bankrupt. Why are all the comments on the lifting channel negative? Because I do like weird lifts and like people are like to be like, oh, you're dumb, you're an idiot, like you're gonna throw out your back or whatever, or they like to call me fat. Generally, in some permutation, or like it doesn't count because you're fat, or like whatever. And it's like I'm squatting 600 pounds, and they're like, yeah, it's like it's just because you're fat. It's like, brother. A lot of fat people can't squat 600 plus. He outlifts commenters and they're jealous because he's built like Hafthor. Hafthor is shredded when he the boxing. Okay, I think we're done with this run, but let's just, for the sake of argument, just see what things look like. Because I think we're 100% not continuing if we lose the capital, or I'm not interested in that. But I would like to know if we're actually. I would like to know if we're still going to bankrupt. Yeah, we still the new buildings was not enough that we have here. I don't think Russia would add enough either. Yeah, in order to like properly win this, we would have needed to go back to when we were still fighting the USA and like triage everything way earlier. So there's like 100% no way out of this. Yeah, because we're just running negative. So we do that. All the construction gets canceled. We, of course, would want to rebuild all the universities, I think. And then immediately, plus, like, infinite bureaucracy. Oh, because all our institutions get reset to 0. Which is a different type of sake, huh? Including education, yikes. Of Corsica, we never incorporated RIP. And this is probably playable, but it's like Grim from the Bankruptcy Malice. Which is really substantive now. Minus 10% Mappy too. Prestige, terrible loan interest. Something like this. Cheat. Willie always upset. Willie, I don't think we're continuing this run either way. Willie does get upset. Morgenroete might be better once we get into a rig. I'm thinking that's going to be a good one, but I still think it's going to run super slow. Is there a negative to moving the capital? Imagine all these hours. I've never actually done that. There's some negatives. They go away after a while, though. 600 plus body weight? No, that's without body weight. Plus body weight, like, 1,300 or 1,200. Something like that. It creates a lot of internal pressure, though. Usually when I squat that heavy, I have like kind of pseudo black eyes afterwards, or I pop like a ton of the blood vessels in my face. But this is interesting. So like, if we had managed to like win out the war and then declare bankruptcy, I think we would have been in an okay spot here. Like, and if we could have dragged it out just a little bit longer, I think we would have eventually like enforced on Russia and then been able to 1v1 Prussia. Something like that. Or even if we had gotten a faster push onto the other thing or not taken as many war goals, it maybe would have been possible. Or white piecing and then into bankrupting would have also worked. Generalist community feels a lot more like a home for old memes, considering the more matured vibes. Damn, we old. 5% bureaucracy and influence. Not sure I want to do that. And I think it's something like that. I don't think it's. I think it's just. I don't think it's the bureaucracy, and I think it's 10%. But I think that. The fun is making memes in this community is that Generalist is such a mature, composed old man, and then we say shit like skibbity toilet, and he acts incredulously to it. On God. For real, no cap. But, yeah. This is, I think it was a close spot for us being able to win it. It just was, like, a little bit too much. The thing is, like, the tools that you have, for, like, raking everything back are much, much better in vanilla. Also, like, we would have preferred not to full incorporate all this, because we actually have... This land is very economically underdeveloped, and so that makes it so that the bureaucracy cost, like investment, like is like less worth. And so it's a little bit... What a shame. I'm always upset. No, it's okay. You're good. I know you don't like when we switch sides. I wanted to switch sides more for the information on if we took these states... Because we've had wars where we bankrupt before, and then the buildings in the states are good enough that we can do it. But, do they not have any cash reserves? Is this new? I thought they transferred with their current cash reserves. If they transfer with their current cash... Oh, we just declared bankruptcy, that's why. I think they transfer with their current cash reserves. So sometimes if you're taking, like, a really, really fat location, like the home counties, this can actually get you out of a bankruptcy spiral because like you have like 3 million cash reserve right there, right? And so yeah, are you check out the vampires in the magic mod? Yeah, because I think it got updated today. Have you tried a Kentucky capital? No, Kentucky wouldn't be terrible though. I think it's either like one of the states that has the river bonus or New York in terms of USA. I mean, Pennsylvania, other than those two, would be the best. When to incorporate states in China, India, is it worth it? Sometimes or not. I think that, like, you want to kind of, like... We specifically didn't want to incorporate the 20 million pop one, I think. And this hurt us with the rev. Because I think that you end up, with better politics, you end up paying more for institutions you want. And so part of it is a function of how much institutions you have. But, like... adding a bunch of institutions to like land that's really not economically very developed is like not that useful, but it's like the answer to that question is highly dependent on how many institutions you have, and like anything under 20-year incorporation is going to be really good. But also like we tanked our own literacy because we incorporated it instantly, whereas normally when you incorporate over 20 years you generally don't tank your own literacy because your institutions apply slowly over time. So like we would have preferred it for that kind of to some extent, but I think it was just I think that in vanilla we would have minded less being forced to incorporate everything. So you're currently playing your second run on Stalker 2 with your new video card. Oh, are you Ivalo? Are you the guy who posts the Stalker vids on the community content section? Yeah. How do you incorporate with the rev? I'm not sure what it causes it, because it doesn't always cause, but I think it's if you have a revolution that is not a separatist revolution, but rather the like revolution, like split your country in half and take it, annex the other country revolution, that when you beat the other side, you incorporate all the states that they had. And so they took all of India with the Rev because there was a ton of radicals, and so they incorporated it all, which is not exactly what we would have wanted. Because the incorporation cost, we acquired this after the Rev. The incorporation cost of Agra is really, really high. And we would have rather just left Agra as it was for an extended period of time. I mean, like in theory, maybe we just pay for like less institutions, and it's fine, but yeah. Dwarf Fortress before the visual update. You just you could get mods for it. If you played with like the OG like text-based graphics, that's insane. You know, you don't post content. Your brother's a big streamer and YouTuber in your country, but I don't like that kind of stuff yourself. Oh, there's someone who in the community content section of our Discord posts, I think, that game. Yeah, this is the only stream I watch. Come here for the political content, right? Yeah, bro, I don't know if I could, like, some people suggested swapping to, like, streaming politics. I don't know if I could do that. People get so freaking pressed about everything. It's not like a detached argument about ideas for them. And it's like, oh, ooh, look at that. Look at that, boys. That's the real cost of bankruptcy right there. That's the real cost, huh? Radicals are like basically impossible to get rid of now relative to before 1.8. Do you play Supremacy in 1914? I do not. Favorite country to play in Vic 3? I kind of like USA these days. USA is pretty chill. I don't know, it depends a lot. I like to feel like I'm having a pretty big come up, because I like dopamine. So Prussia and USA kind of do that best. USA with the immigration and Prussia with forming Mega Germany. But, yeah. I don't know, maybe I have to take a poll on like how people feel about how moderated chat on streams should be. Let's actually do that now while some of you are still here. Because I'm generally not very moderation, like, heavy. As long as people aren't saying stuff that, like, as a result of it appearing up here will, like, get me demonetized or something like this, I don't really have that big a problem with it. Or if they're being, like, really rude to other people in chat, I prefer that not to happen. Even if the person in chat's, like, being an idiot. But... what world historic controversy did I miss? We just, like, had several days in a row of... To be fair, the first day and a half was fine. Of one viewer who was arguing regarding Islam. That wasn't the... That was kind of irrelevant. I didn't really care if people argue for or against religion. But, like, he started just being very insulting to people in chat. Specifically posting a bunch of sexual, like, comments, which I think will get, like, my video deprioritized. I don't really actually 100% know, but, like, he just, like, got super aggro. I mean, like, I also think that he, like, his position was, like, a hypocritical one, because the same things he was getting aggressive about, he was, like, in support of, like, a completely parallel, like, basically, like, he was arguing for, like, moral systems, something being, really messed up towards Muslims, which I agreed with, but that it effectively was fine if it was against Jews, which I disagreed with. But then, like, he's effectively, you know, advocating for something called, or for, like, some equivalent of jihad although I don't know the necessary definition, and he flipped out on someone because they said something about crusades. Something like this. Should chat be more heavily moderated? No, yeah. I expect chat to be divided on this, but I also expect like the people who are talking in chat to probably be, in general, a lot more polarized or a lot more pulled one direction relative to the people who vote in chat. I think moderation is in a good space unless it is making journalists get to his wit's end. I don't know, I kind of got a little bit agitated / flustered when they pointed out like the like correlation between like the bomb comments and like being Muslim, and they're like, you're racist against Muslims because you talked about like what he said could be like building a bomb. But I think I made the exact same reference to people speaking in like Russian or other languages too, which is that if like you have to speak in English because I can't moderate non-English comments. And like the most egregious thing you could do on the internet is like talk about instructions to build a bomb. But then they were like, oh, it's because you're like Islamophobic, and I'm like, I like disagree, but like you can't prove that you're like not Islamophobic or whatever, right? There's no like metric by which you could like demonstrate that through argument. You could just say I'm not. It's like one of those things. You have to prove that something isn't there, which like you can't do. You can only give evidence that something is there. Like you can point to like the broader like context in which like I let this guy talk about like stuff for like basically 2 days. And if I was Islamophobic, I probably would have like put that down like way earlier. I don't know. But what did I do to deserve this? We're kind of on the way out here. I'm just kind of reflecting a little bit while I'm here with chat regarding whether or not I should be more heavily moderated or not. I mean, I'm probably not going to do it, but I'm just like thinking what chat thinks. In general, I think that the people who are chatting in chat think that there should be less moderation, and the people who are like silent in chat probably think that there should be more. So Journalist is family and Islamophobe, of course, yeah. Me in the like humanistic position. Like if someone came in here arguing for atheism, I would argue with them as well. Like in terms of like enforced atheism on everyone, I think that that's like that's the same type of intolerance. That's one guy, not all of chat. You could just ban them rather than increasing the law institution. Well, that'd be one of the ways I could do it. I could also auto-mod certain things. Maybe I auto-mod mom or mother. Nothing good comes from the mom comments. Today was the first day as a mod. Wasn't sure where the boundaries should be. I apologize if it went too hard. A little bit too hard, but not like unreasonable. Probably. Like, it's mainly like if just someone goes absolutely bananas and I'm behind on chat, I would want them just banned immediately. Like, is kind of the thing. And if it's like gray, like, you just kind of like leave it alone until I get to it. Yeah. You're a Muslim theocratic agitator. I'm fine with someone advocating for their religion. He was doing it very respectfully the first day, and a lot of people thought that I should, like, not let him... Some people are suggesting I should ban him the first day, I think. And, like, I don't have a problem with someone advocating for a view I find very incorrect if they do it politely. Very incorrect being less like the Islam and more that, like, Jesus was from Germany. And the Jews were never at any point historically inside the Levant. Yeah. Should unban everyone, says Degen. Yeah. Rotated map theory was just epic. Well, I mean, like, I like being exposed to other perspectives, too. So here's another thing is, like, I'm happy that I, like, learned about the rotated map theory. The idea that the Crusaders just rolled in and rotated the entire map. Because I was not actually aware that apparently this is a somewhat common, like, type of perspective. And, like, okay, so from a confirmation bias perspective, it makes a whole lot of sense because if the Jews were never at any point in Palestine, then obviously their claim is like way less legitimate. So it's like a worldview where they were never there at any point is definitely like a more convenient worldview. And people will have a tendency for confirmation tied like a more convenient worldview. Similarly, I also think it like operates the other direction. Like generally speaking, when like the discussion of who has the more legitimate claim on the land is held, both sides just kind of already know what they want to think. And then they think that whatever arguments that they have are the more legitimate ones, and the arguments that the other ones are like less legitimate. Like like if you talk to someone who's Jewish, for them the total amount of time spent in the land is like much more important. And like if you talk to someone who's like Palestinian, who is held it like more recently becomes more important. And so like but it's like Jesus born in Germany is like an interesting one. I wonder when that theory like exactly began, because I imagine that was not like a common theory before like 1850. Mashallah, I love your mother, man. Politics aside, what do you think about revs deleting buildings? I kind of appreciate. I think the rev should just not eat. Well, so here's the thing: is the rev runs up a huge credit line. What I think should happen is the rev should suffer no penalties for bankruptcy, maybe, and that the rev should screenshot the debt when it becomes a rev, and that the country not be at all responsible for that debt or something. The country when it reunifies, and then there would be no incentive to delete buildings, and you just would not need to do it. And also the rev would be a little bit better at fighting to the bitter last type of thing. Because if you're a military guy and you participate in a revolution, the fact that your wages can't get paid is probably not on the top of the priority list in terms of importance for you. For you, it depends on the situation. Politics debates can easily escalate. Yeah, I 100% agree. But, like, we've had tons of politics debates that are relatively civil several times. So... There was another guy not too long ago, though, that we were having a problem with. Maybe it's the shirt. Maybe the shirt helps, but, yeah. Other than insults, laissez-faire, chat is fun. Yeah. Well, like, I don't want people to being, like, assholes to each other is kind of the bigger thing. I'm low IQ. What's the rotated map theory? That the Crusaders came in to the Middle East, and they wholesale changed the history to implant the seed of an idea that the Jews were actually from the Levant, when in reality they were from Germany. This is the like rotated map theory, that they rotated the historical map, which would involve that every single artifact that's been discovered in the Levant that, you know, is obviously Hebrew in origin had to have been planted there, was like one of the points I made. Like objects that preceded the Crusades, like the Dead Sea Scrolls, for example, would have had to have been either planted there by the Crusaders. Yeah, they would have had to have been planted there by the Crusaders, or like created by the Crusaders. In like the most plausible sort of circumstance, the Crusaders brought up a bunch of artifacts and then buried them all over the Levant, which I don't think is that plausible. But one of the guys was saying that, or Mahmoud was saying that he thought that they like changed the carbon dating, which is like kind of crazy. Jesus was from Germany sounds a bit more like Nazi occultists would say rather than Mahmoud. Well, the idea is to deny the like. I think the idea behind, or the motivation behind that, is to deny any sort of like legitimate claim that Israel has over Palestine, which is like I don't think you need to. You could just say the Palestinian claim is better. Like there's I think there's evidence on both sides, and you could just favor whatever the evidence is, and like appealing to this like Jesus was from Germany thing is just like wholeheartedly unnecessary. We'll watch yesterday's live stream. Yeah, it was mainly on yesterday's live stream. So now it's like maybe this is just an outlier, and I should just address it on a person by person basis, and I just should still continue to be very hands off regarding moderation. Blessings of the flying spaghetti monster. A moody appendage find his way inside you. Yeah. I love that you can wear your colander on your head in the USA, because it's considered a religious hat for your, like, DMV photos. I think that one's funny. Maybe if you Google it in Arabic, yeah, that's probably. It deleted all the admin buildings and had a lot of loss of income. I think that they made it so you could build them in 100 days, 100 construction instead of 400 though. So this isn't anywhere near as painful, but yeah, it is a little bit rough. What about Roman historical records? They were all fixed and changed by the Crusaders when they rolled in, and the Crusaders wholesale changed every record that's present everywhere. I did give him 3 chances, a first a 10-minute ban, then a 30-minute ban, where he's just kept going and being rude to everyone. You get 3 strikes, then you're out. Yeah, I thought that was fine. I mean, I think you pulled the trigger a little earlier than I would be inclined to do, just generally speaking, but also, like, not enough that I was interested in undoing what you did. But the main idea is, the main idea for having multiple moderators is if someone goes ballistic and I obviously am behind in chat, I just, like, want them to be banned. More so than, like, necessarily needing to be, like, super aggressive with it. But, like, Mahmoud, like, I mean, he wasn't interested in discussing things civilly anymore. That theory is just fucking dumb. Yeah, well, I mean, I agree, but I don't think that, calling the theory dumb is also okay. But, like, calling someone dumb because they have that particular theory is, like, a lot of people who are relatively intelligent believe some really dumb shit sometimes. So, like, I'd still prefer, like, if people keep the, like, attacks specific to the theory than, like, attacking people. As soon as it descends into conspiracy theories, it's time to stop the discussion. While it's fun to make them, it doesn't make sense to discuss them. Kind of. Sometimes conspiracy theories are accurate. Not... I mean, I think most of them aren't. But, like, rotated map theory is true if big. Well, to be fair, the geocentric model of the universe, big if true. It was big back in the day. But it's just, like, too many people would have to be in on, like, Jesus actually being born in Germany. The one part that got me is that he said that the Bible very clearly describes Bethlehem, and it describes the German Bethlehem, and it's like... It's been a while since I've read the Bible, but I do not remember a clear and lucid description of, like, Bethlehem, where it was, like, where it would be... There were 84 streets going this way, 72 streets going this way, the buildings that were of a certain age, like... There's no clear description of, like, Bethlehem in the Bible, as far as I remember. And maybe I'm mistaken. But the notion that, like, because the description in the Bible is good, it must be, like... It's like some grasping at straws. So if the Crusades did that, how did the story of the Bible work? That was recreated by the Crusaders. And every instance of the Bible that was somehow dated before the Crusades was, like, a fabrication. It's all a fabrication. Every single artifact is a fabrication of the Crusaders. Which would have required a tremendous amount of scholarly scribes and stuff. Yeah. Heterosibling theory of far-right circles in Germany. There's mainly about Germany being the most important place in history and Jesus being an Aryan. I mean, that's a wild one, too. I don't know what the motivation of the Crusaders would have been in that regard. Romans also conserved Germany? What do you mean a colander is a religious hat? So, the Pastafarianism, the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, which is not a real church in, like, the conventional sense. It's an atheist church. It is an atheist organization that uses church rules to kind of flaunt the absurdity, from their perspective, of the way separation of church and state works in the United States. And argue, like, basically that there isn't a real separation. And what they do is they have that organization so that they don't have to pay taxes because they're technically a church. And they do stuff like wear a colander on their head when taking a photo at the DMV to, like, argue that the exemption that religious people receive, like in the case of wearing a yarmulke, is silly because you're not allowed to wear any sort of headgear when taking a photo at the DMV. And so the idea is they picked the most absurd piece of headgear they could to go along with their absurd god that isn't really their god, which is the flying spaghetti monster. And this is the idea. So like if you look up colander DMV photo, you can see a bunch of people who have gotten a colander on their head as a DMV photo. So pasta as in it's a joke, basically. I mean, it's not a joke. It's like it's beyond being a joke. It's like satire. It's critique, right? Attack ideas and fallacies, not people. That's like 100% my position. And I mean, if you go over the VOD, I repeatedly tell people to not be like, as when they attack Mahmoud directly, I did tell them to calm down. Probably not every time, but like at least some of the time. And I just thought he was speaking facts. Well, I mean, technically it is a religious hat, the colander. We're not continuing this run. How's the vote looking, though? Chat's mixed feelings. Only 28 votes, though. And then the YouTube chat didn't vote. YouTube chat, or sorry, Twitch chat agitates for representation. No moderation without representation. To be fair, I don't like ban people on Twitch very often at all. Or I think no one's gotten out ahead on Twitch. So I think it's about shepherds, but 2,000 years ago the Levant wasn't a desert. Isn't it still not like super deserty near the coast? I don't know much about the geography of the region. I thought it was like kind of like the way California is, like close to the coast, close to the Levant coast. This flying spaghetti monster literally created the world in the year 2000. Have some respect, put some respect on that name, basically. Sounds like Journalist is an Israeli paid actor denying the truth, rotated map theory. Yep, you caught me. Every day I preach this, I'll try to remember what Putin's word for, like, absurdity is. This fabrication. Like the thing from Metal Slug. A colander is the thing you use as, the strainer for spaghetti is what a colander is. They felt remorseful for the Fourth Crusade looting, so in the fifth one they reverse planned in a bunch of artifacts. Exactly. Hate watching from now on. Will just can't stand when we swap sides and capitulates. Oh no. It was forced artifact trading. They were getting bored of the ones they had in Europe and forgot to bring them. Yeah, and they somehow managed to completely get every single example of text that was old, that might have referred to Jesus being born in Germany, and they got rid of all of those as well. This is an issue in Mark where the described geography cannot match instead of accepting being written by geeks with low understanding of Israel's geography. Apparently we've got this conspiracy. Is that really what it is? Mark just discussed geography wrong? I guess this is the best way to provoke chat. Just stay zoomed in on Palestine. We're gonna be on our way out. DJs has got to do IRL stuff now. W stream. You were here for like 5 minutes, but Godspeed. You only got like 5 minutes to stream. You're like W. Well, in the German theory, I think it's not the Crusaders who did it, but the usual target of hatred for Nazis. Yeah, that would make sense. Didn't see the vote. Would have voted for whatever you feel. I'm ambivalent. I'm generally not as moderation oriented. But like also like if people are talking about like fucking each other's mothers, that's like I'd rather not have that be the tenor of chat. Even if like I disagree with someone, like I don't want people to like gang up on people I like obviously disagree with either. I don't think that that's like productive. I think that you've got a good sense of the vibes, and the fact that you were feeling agitated probably tells you that things were getting too out of hand. Yeah, but also like I don't want to ban someone just because they're being critical of me as well, just generally speaking. It was like, if I was suggesting that, like, he was maybe talking about, like, how to build a bomb because he was a Muslim, on, like, a conscious level, then I think their critique would have been fair. I think I've used the exact same example before because it's the thing you can't talk on the internet the most, and he just happened to be a Muslim. I also think it would be racist for me to specifically use that example with everyone and then not use it just because he was a Muslim. But to be fair, that was like, that would be the criticism to make, right? Like, but the point is they're just looking for something to be critical of me on. Why don't we ask the Crusaders? We should. I'm going as well. Godspeed if I also off to bed. Alright, see you, Yaviv. Yaviv? Happy holidays. Yep. Should we keep protected speech enacted or go back to censorship? No, I think we're gonna be we're gonna deal with it on a person by person basis, or maybe talk less about politics. Maybe that's actually the answer. I try and have like more open forum, but maybe we shouldn't do that. If politics always degenerates into something else, maybe we can't do it. I'm not sure. I think we'll find someone to raid on Twitch, because we do have some Twitch viewers. We'll see if anyone's streaming, in particular. See if anyone's streaming Vic 3 first. Which, this is kind of a time where I think usually Sunday evenings we don't have that many Twitch streamers. We got 18 plus building a strategy in Victoria 3, Lady of War, adult conversation. We got two sexual themes. Victoria 3 streams, and that's it. So I guess if you're Twitch and you want to check that out, you can. Or if you're YouTube, you want to check it out, you can. I think we're not going to raid anyone, though. I think we're just going to end. Might be best to set up some sort of guideline. Yeah. We don't have a guideline. Our guideline is, like, don't be an idiot. But that's, like, I guess not a good guideline. Hard for some people. Actually, I don't care if people, like, talk about really stupid ideas at all. Kind of difficult to avoid politics while playing a map game. A little bit. Part of it is, like, if I engage and talk about something, the amount of time I spend talking about something does seem to considerably drive conversation. General's always shown a lot of skin on stream. Not like this. But, you know. Don't be the reason we need to add a new guideline. Yeah, this would probably be a good rule of thumb. I don't know. People have been remarkably, like, chill until, like, I guess, like, a week and a half ago. Just in the aggregate. Also, I guess not on the Russia streams as much, but I was definitely expecting that. So. Do we ever apply any type of shine or wax? No, we don't. But if it's a divisive topic on general media, even if you're talking about it the best way, you invite people who already brought it to the divisiveness. A little bit. I mean, I think that if you could take something that people are, like, divided on and is nuanced and, like, people are really polarized on, and you could talk about it in a constructive way, I think that that's useful. I mean, I hope that when we talk about politics, like, people are less polarized after watching me talk about politics than more polarized, and a little bit more, like, compassionate to the other side or perspective. Especially with, like, politics and, like, religion specifically, a lot of the times your politics and religion aren't, like, something you were tabula rasa, you got a whole bunch of reason and, you know, thinking and, like, critical thinking skills, and then you went out and decided what you thought was correct, and you used all the skills that you had acquired with, like, a tabula rasa position. Almost everyone's politics and religion are just, like, basically decided by their environment. And so, like, getting someone upset with someone because they ruled an environment in terms of their life that would make them have that perspective is, like, I mean, like, you could get upset with them for having that perspective to some extent, and you could dislike the perspective, but, like, you're, like, a lot of it's still just random chance. And you could definitely, like, say that the perspective shouldn't become the case in, like, actuality in politics, but, like, for the humanness factor of the thing, like, that other human being has that perspective largely for reasons outside of their control. Independent of like how stupid it is, but yeah, pure cerebellum. Happy to see me wear a sleeveless shirt. My arms are big, but like they're not well shaped at all. My forearms are freaking big though. We've been working on those. Maybe we can show chat real quick before we leave. I think last spring they were like 14 and a half. And now, I don't know if you can see, there's 15 inches on the forearms. So, kind of having trouble getting it around the biggest spot. But, maybe we should make this shirt. He's cooking too hard. Yeah, maybe. It's also frustrating because, like, it frustrates me about myself that, like, sometimes I'm like, man, that's really fucking stupid, and, like, less tolerant than I would like to be. I could be, like, I used to be a lot more aggressive, in a way that I don't think is as productive now, and I, like, still get a lot of that, or that sort of inclination, but I don't think it's useful, and I'm trying to become more of a different sort of way. The Burger King boxes are showing. Oh no. A second philosophical discussion about epistemology in relation to politics and religion has hit the stream. Not like this. Freedom units. Adding a half an inch to your forearm is in like 6 months, actually, or like 8 months now. It just seems to be pretty good. That's without a pump, too. If I get a pump, it'll be another quarter to half inch bigger. But we're working on it. Now, if I lose a bunch of weight, I'll probably lose some size on that, though. There's specifically, you can get it generate like a lot of fat up here. Relatively on the forearms. But we have been working on that. Trying to get them bigger. Insert masturbation jokes. But I think that we will wrap things up. Do you actually do forearm workouts? Yeah, we do. I'm actually going to post a video on that maybe today, on my lifting stream. What I've been actually doing the past few weeks. But yeah, we work out the forearms specifically for the bent press, the lift where we get weight overhead with one arm, because if you lose control of the weight, kind of with like any port. So just real quick, like your forearm can articulate in one of 6 ways. You have flexion, right? Just straightforward down. Extension, straightforward up. Then you have radial deviation, which is moving towards the thumb. Ulnar deviation, moving towards the pinky. And then you have pronation, which is turning over inward towards the body. And supination, which is turning outside away from the body. Your hand can fail in all 6 of those ways. And so I work on making all of those stronger, although more dedicated towards the 4 that are not pronation, that are not flexion and extension, because you get that with regular barbell work when you're holding a barbell, but the other 4 you don't work at all. So like, I might not be able to do this held up in the air. This, for example, if we hold it like this, now in order to do radial deviation, we have to move towards the thumb, so we can curl the weight up. Right? And this is with like 12 pounds. And so this is an example of a tool we use to specifically work the forearms, which is like, it's a strap for the hand to go on, and then just like a pole that holds weights. Goon jokes are writing themselves, basically. What's a goon? Orpheus, I do not look up gooning in the YouTube. Or not in the YouTube. Or also not in the YouTube, but don't Google it. Would suggest against it. With kinesiology discussions like this, the guy can Rasa my tabula anytime he wants. Am I right, guys? Ayo. But I forgot how we got on the forearm thing. Oh, yeah, it was that my arms aren't that impressive. My arms are only like... I think they're only like 19 inches. Actually, I don't even think they're that. I think they're like 17 or 18. You can check it real quick. You guys are kind of talking about it. But my biceps are just like fundamentally not very big. My forearms are approaching my bicep size. They're closing in. Oh, 19's right. So I don't know if you guys can see. The angle's really bad. 19. But I think we're going to end it. Alright, thanks for coming out, guys. Especially, I guess, the ones that continue for the lifting nonsense. We'll see you all later. Bye-bye now.